Alright, and welcome back, Voidelings. I am the expert of experts, the master of disaster, the one and only voice here, so we call Strolla, and we are ready to rock and roll with Voidex for Final Fantasy VII. So give me a second to set everything back up. So last time we talked about all of the items in the game, and we did most of the weapons. We're picking up with Kate Sif with the weapons, and then we're gonna do Sig defense. After that, we're gonna take care of the armors and the accessories. So, again, I do have the wiki up. The reason I have the wiki up is it's a lot easier to find out what does what, because I don't have all these values in my head. All of the max values and hidden effects, they're not in my head. I hit the wrong button. So, starting with the yellow phone, or yellow microphone, is 36 attack, 100 accuracy, 8 magic, 1 link materia slot, 2 unlinked materia slot. Kate Sif starts with this, and you can buy additional ones at Junin after you get the high win. The green M phone, look at what the pattern is here, you could get at Cosmo Canyon. It's 41 attack, 100 accuracy, 9 magic, and 2 link materia slots. After that, you could get the blue M phone, which is 48 attack, 100 accuracy, 10 magic, 2 link materia slots, 1 unlinked materia slot. You can buy it at Blue Eye. Followed by the red M phone, which has 60 attack, 100 accuracy, 15 magic. So yeah, look at what Kate Sif specializes in. 2 link materia slots, 2 unlinked materia slots, and you can buy at Icicle Inn. The crystal M phone has 74 attack, 100 accuracy, 20 magic, 3 link materia slots, and you can buy it at Miguel. Give me just a second. What's going on over here? What is going on over here? Okay. Someone just adding the higher server. A white M phone has 35 attack, 102 accuracy, 8 magic, 3 unlinked materia slots at double AP grow. You can buy it at Junon after you get the high win, or you can find it in Gongaga, in the northernmost house. Give me a second. The black M phone. It has 31 attack, 104 accuracy, 10 magic, 4 unlinked materia slot at double AP grow. You can buy a Junin after getting the high win, or find it in the Cave of the Key. The silver M phone has 28 attack, 106 accuracy, 14 magic, has 8 unlinked materia slots. You can buy a Junin after getting the high win, or find it in the mansion. The Simra Mansion. The trumpet cell has 68 attack, 118 accuracy, 2 magic, has no materia slots whatsoever, gives you critical percent plus 4. You can buy a Junin after getting the high win, or find it in the Temple of the Ancients in the room's 7 room. The gold M phone has 58 attack, 103 accuracy, 28 magic, 4 link materia slots. You can buy it in Costa del Sol after getting the high win. The battle trumpet has 95 attack, 95 accuracy, critical percent plus 2, and 3 link materia slots. You can only find this in the underwater reactor before you board the submarine. In that little area. If you do not pick it up there, it's gone forever. And the Starlight phone, which has 88 attack, 102 accuracy, 31 magic, 4 link materia slots, vitality plus 30. Wow! Vitality plus 30 is pretty good, not gonna lie. And you can find it in the Midgard Underground, there's the Midgard Raid. If you do not pick it up there, it's gone forever. This is honestly a very good weapon just for that vitality boost. 3 vitality is nothing to sneeze at. especially if you give him good armor. And lastly, his ultimate weapon, the HP Sow, or as you may know in other games, the Marvelous Cheer. 95 attack, 110 accuracy, 44 magic, so it gives you the most magic out of all of his weapons. 4 late materia slots with no materia growth. And it goes, it's basically the same as ultimate weapon. The more HP he has, the more damage it does, so it has the same issues as ultimate weapon. So if you can't keep your HP up high all the time, then like, it's not gonna do much. Honestly, it doesn't really do much for Kate Sith in general, because it doesn't have like multi-hitting limit breaks like Cloud, so I mean, up to you what you want to use. Personally, the Starlight Phone, I think is the better option for him, just because of furry vitality. You will only get one of these and you will find it at the center of building during the Midgar raid. It's in the locker of the 64th floor. If you try to look into this locker during Disc 1, it will tell you a microphone. I have no use for that. That is where you'll find the HP Sow. And that is the Kate Sith. So let me go ahead and put Mr. Sig Kari. Alright, so Vincent time. All of Vincent's weapons are long range, because, you know, of course they are. They're guns. What gun is a short range gun? A shotgun. Technically, a shotgun should be short range, but, you know. Quicksilver. 36 attack, 110 accuracy, and magic. 1 late materia slot, 2 unlate materia slot. Vincent starts with this, but you can buy more at Junin after getting the high win. Also, you can use the Vincent mug glitch with some of these weapons like death penalty. So if you want to skip Knights around, use Vincent with death penalty and mug someone, and use Knights around immediately after using mug. Why does it work? I have zero idea. No idea whatsoever. Just some weird programming bug, because Final Fantasy VII is held together by duct tape and glue. Alright, so that is the Quicksilver. The shotgun. 48 attack, 112 accuracy, 12 magic, 2 late materia slots. You can buy at Rocket House before getting the high one. If you do not buy at least one of these, you can't buy it anymore, which is a very weird decision. All things considered, I don't know why it locks you out of being able to buy a weapon. The short barrel. 51 attack, 118 accuracy, 14 magic, 2 late materia slots, 1 unlinked materia slot. You can buy it at Wuhai. The Lariat. 64 attack, 120 accuracy, 16 magic, 2 linked materia slots, 2 unlinked materia slots. You can buy it at Icicle Inn. Winchester. Isn't a Winchester like a shotgun? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know my guns very much. Or is a Winchester like a rifle? It's more of a rifle, right? 73 attack, 120 accuracy, 18 magic, 3 linked materia slots. You can buy it at Miguel. Peacemaker. 38 attack, 118 accuracy, 8 magic, 1 linked materia slot, 1 unlinked materia slot. Has double AP growth. You can buy it at Junin after getting the high one, or find it in Calm. It's like the third house along the northern houses. She'll be at the attic. Frontline. 48 attack, 124 accuracy, 18 magic, 2 linked materia slots with double materia growth. You can buy it at Junin after getting the high one, or find it in Bone Village by picking it up. Long Barrel Arc. 66 attack, 255 accuracy, so if you never want to miss with your physicals ever again, you'll use this weapon. This weapon's very good with Death Blow. So, Vincent's a prime user of Death Blow. Him and Hefo are the only ones that have 255 accurate weapons. 14 magic, 4 link materia slots. You can buy at Costa del Sol after hitting the high wind. So, I'm going to show you guys the silver rifle. Because I want you guys to tell me, does this actually look like a silver rifle to you? Does that look like a silver rifle? That looks like a toy gun. That does not look like a silver rifle. Like, it's called silver bullet gun. It's like, what? How did you get silver rifle out of that? What localization made you go silver rifle? 62 attack, 120 accuracy, no materia slots, critical percent plus 4. You can fight a Junin after getting a high one, or find it in a handful of ancients. Sniper CR. 42 attack, 255 accuracy, 7 magic. So this is another 255 accurate weapon. So I think there's like 3 from the game. 2 link materia slots. You can fight a Junin after getting a high one, or find it in Mount Evil. Super Shot ST. 97 attack, 120 accuracy, 52 magic. That's a lot of magic. Highest magic out of all of his weapons. 3 link materia slots. You can only find it in Ancient Forest. Outsider. 80 attack, 120 accuracy, 48 magic. 2 link materia slots, 4 unlinked materia slots. You can only find it in the Sunken Galnica. And lastly, the death penalty. 99 attack, 115 accuracy, 34 magic, 4 link materia slots. You will find it in a hidden cave. You need a submarine or a chocobo that can cross mountains, I believe, in order to reach the cave. This is also the same place where you'll get chaos, so go in with Vincent, come back after fighting roughly 11 fights with Vincent in your party, you'll get both chaos and death penalty. So this weapon is unique in that, the more enemies Vincent has killed, it has to be Vincent that kills the enemy, the more damage this weapon will do. And good, if you want a good location for getting good enemy kills, apparently the Neville area forests are very good for that. If you want to do the overflow glitch, you have to kill 65,535 enemies with Vincent. Which is, you know, way too many enemies. Way too many enemies. Alright, so, the only one left is Mr. Sid Highwind. The Spear, 44 attack, 97 accuracy, 8 magic, 2 link materia slots. He starts with this and you can buy more at Junin after getting the Highwind. Slash Lands, 56 attack, 98 accuracy, 10 magic, 2 link materia slots, 1 unlinked materia slot. You can buy it at Loot High. Apparently, all of the spears are of the punch element, which is really weird. Okay. Trident. 60 attack, 105 accuracy, 12 magic, 6 unlinked materia slot. You can fight a Junin after getting a high one, or find it in the Temple of the Ancients. Masked Axe. 64 attack, 99 accuracy, 15 magic, 2 linked materia slots, 2 unlinked materia slots. You can buy it at Icicle Inn. Parson. 78 attack, 100 accuracy, 17 magic, 3 linked materia slots. You can buy it at Miguel. Viper Halberd. 58 attack, 102 accuracy, 13 magic, 4 unlinked materia slots with double AP growth. You can buy a Junin after getting the high one, or find it in the Forgotten Capital. Javelin. 62 attack, 104 accuracy, 12 magic, 2 linked materia slots, 1 unlinked materia slots with double AP growth. This is a very, very good weapon for leveling up materia. You can only find one of them, and it's at Gaia's Cliff. If you do not find this, you can never get another one. The mop. Hmm? Hmm? Oh, I missed a weapon. Oh, I know what this weapon is. I completely forgot about this weapon. Oops. See, sometimes I do forget stuff. The Grow Lance, which is 78 attack, 102 accuracy, 31 magic, 3 linked materia slots. You will find it at the Simra building during the Midgard raid. It's on floor 63. Do you remember the floor where you get the coupons? It's on that floor. That is one that I tend to forget because I hardly ever go back to that floor. I will forget this particular weapon the most. I was looking at the list and like, what? I don't have this weapon? How? There you go. It's on a very random floor in the Simra building that you generally would never revisit. Because there's no real reason to revisit some of these floors. So, yeah. You can only get there. Make sure to get there. Don't forget like I did. When the new version of Final Fantasy VII comes out, I might redo this save file. Just so I can get, all of the equipment and stuff. Unless I don't know what they're doing with the new version. We will check that out whenever, it comes out. Maybe I'll do, like, I don't know, a speed run to 100% the game or something. But yeah, that is a weapon I commonly forget. It's that one. Mop. 68 attack, 118 accuracy, 3 magic, no materia slots, and critical percent plus 5. You can fight a Junin after getting the high one, or fight it at Bones Village. You gotta dig it up. Dragoon Lands. 66 attack, 100 accuracy, 7 magic, 8 materia slots that are unlinked. You can fight a Junin after getting the high one, or fight it at the God Chao statue. You need the Leviathan skills in order to get this. Give me just a second if you will. 1 second. Give me just a second. 1 second. Alright, so moving on. Simha. So 86 attack, 102 accuracy, 20 magic, 1 late materia slot with triple AP growth. So you get 1 less materia slot than the Apocalypse that Cloud has, but it is triple AP growth. I tend to use this in particular with, like, things for 250 or 100,000 or higher AP. Knights of Round, Summon Materias, W W Summon, W Magic, stuff like that. You can only get 1 of these, and it's in the underwater reactor in the submarine section. Same area as the Starlight Phone and Leviathan Scales. Flare. 100 attack, 100 accuracy, 20 magic, 6 unlinked materia slots. You can only get this at the Gold Saucer after getting the high one. This replaces the Umbrella. You need to get 5,000 points or higher to get it. Spirit Lands. 92 attack, 112 accuracy, 43 magic, 2 linked materia slots, and spirit plus 20. So this is a pretty good weapon for Sid, just because of the spirit boost. You can only find it in the Sunken Galnica. And lastly, Venus Gospel. 97 attack, 103 accuracy, 42 magic, 4 linked materia slots with no materia growth. And you will find this in Rocket How after talking to the command that launches the rocket 3 times after the rocket launches in a huge materia quest. So this replaces the Yoshiyuki. And the gimmick of this weapon is the same as Red 13's. The more MP Sig has, the more damage it deals, so honestly, I feel like the Spirit Lands is better. If I were to pick a weapon for each character, I think for Cloud, it would either be the, I think it's honestly Ragnarok. Ultimate Weapon is good, don't get me wrong, because of the damage boost, but Ragnarok also gives a 35 spirit. I mean, if you can keep his HP up high, the Ultimate Weapon definitely is better. Definitely. But if you're unable, if you're worried about it, then Ragnarok's a good substitute. Ultimate Weapon does give you 24 spirit, so that's not bad. For Sid, I think the Spirit Lance is better because of 20 spirit. And for Vincent, honestly, Death Penalty might be better for Vincent. I'm gonna be real. For the simple fact that, or is it Death Penalty? Yeah, because none of his weapons really give any, like, special boosts. So, Death Penalty for Vincent. For Heifa, or for Barrett, hold on, for Barrett, if you don't have missing score, I would suggest, honestly, Max Ray would be the best thing to give him. It would honestly be the Max Ray, if you don't have missing score. For Heifa, honestly, I think Master's Fist is good, if you can work with, the Master's Fist gimmick. Otherwise, God's Hand is probably, better to go with than, anything else for Heifa. For Red 13, I would say the Behemoth Horn, because it gives a 35 vitality and 18 spirit, and you don't have to deal with the MP gimmick of Limited Moon. If you don't use that much MP, and you have high MP, the Limited Moon for Surge, but like, Behemoth Horn just gives you so much stat boost. For Yuffie, Conformer. Conformer all the way through. Just because it's just, like, Conformer's broken, dude. It really is. Conformer's broken. For Kate Sif, if you, same deal with, Kate Sif. If you're unable to keep his HP high, like Cloud, then, like, don't bother with HP. Honestly, HP South is not good for Kate Sif anyways, because he doesn't really have good multi-hitting ability. So, Starlight Phone for very vitality for Kate Sif. And that is all of the weapons. If you're curious, Sephiroth does have his weapon in the game that you can find in the database. It's a gun. It's actually listed as a gun. So that's weird. Give me just a second. What was the weapon? I forgot the weapon name. What was the weapon? What was it called? It was the, it was the Growlands. Alright, so there's that. Let me go ahead and we are gonna move over here. Whoops. Alright, so let me go ahead and do this. Now, armor. Armor. Hopefully I have armor because sometimes, you know, I think I have armor. Why am I on Sid? So we are gonna, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring, Yuffie in here, because Yuffie has something that only C can use. Alright, give me just a second. 1 second. Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. Alright. Give me a second. Alright, so, let's talk about the armor. So, Bronze Bengal, it has 8 defense, and it has no materia slots. There are only 4 of these in the higher game, and they're equipped to... They are equipped to... Someone messed up on the formatting of this. They are equipped to Cloud, Barret, Hiva, and Aerith. So there's only 4 of these in the higher game. The Iron Bengal has 10 defense, 2 max defense, 1 unlinked materia slot. You can only buy this at the Sector 7 slums. Once you leave Sector 7, you can never get this again, so make sure you get at least 1 of these. The Iron Bengal has 14 defense, 2 evade, 4 max defense, 2 unlinked materia slots. You can buy at Sector 5 slums and Wall Market, and you will win one from the Air Bus guy. So, if you're not worried about... Here's the thing. I wouldn't worry about buying more heightened bangles, for the simple fact that by the time you buy the heightened bangle, you're going to be able to get the mithril armlet, like, very soon. So, like, save your money on buying additional heightened bangles, and just get the mithril armlet that's coming up in, like, maybe 10 minutes. It's really not that far away. Mithril armlet. 18 attack, 3 evade, 8 max defense, 1 link materia slot. Red Bird starts with this. The Hellite Gunner drops this. Now, you will buy this at Wall Market, which is literally like 3 screens away from the heightened bangle. So, that is a weird decision. It just gives you the heightened bangle. It couldn't give you the mithril armlet like 3 screens away. And it's not even very far. It's very short. So it doesn't make much sense as to why they did it that way. You can also buy in Junin, Under Junin, and Calm. The Carbon Bangle has 27 defense, 3 evade, 14 max defense, 1 link materia slot, and 1 unlinked materia slot. UV starts with this. You can steal it from the Moth Slasher in the Cinema headquarters, so I would recommend doing that because it'll be a little bit before you get the Costa del Sol. Especially if you don't do the Calm skip, which I really need to learn to do that because honestly I would like to just bypass Calm because it takes forever to get through the Calm cutscene. It really does. You can also buy it at Costa del Sol and North Corral. So normally, it would take you a little bit to get this, but I would highly recommend stealing it, because it is a big upgrade from the Mithril Armlet. 9 additional defense and 6 max defense, along with 1 more materia slot. It's a decent upgrade. The Silver Armlet. 34 defense, 4 evade, 22 max defense, 1 link materia slot, 2 unlinked materia slot. Kate Sif and Vincent start with this, Dine drops it, and you can buy more at Cosmo Canyon. The Gold Armlet. 46 defense, 4 evade, 28 max defense, 2 link materia slots. Sig starts with this. You can steal it from the Dragon on Mount Evil. So you can get this earlier than intended. You can also get it from the house east of Gongaga. Be aware, if you get this at the Great Gospel, you cannot get either one of these ever again in that house. So honestly, I would recommend not getting this at Gongaga. Just focus on getting the Great Gospel. You can buy it at Rocket Hound as well. The Diamond Bangle. 57 defense, 6 evade, 37 max defense, 2 link materia slots, 1 unlinked materia slot. You can buy it at Bone Village. And it's not a bad upgrade to get if you come here early enough, I believe. The Crystal Bangle. 70 defense, 8 magic, or 8 evade, 45 magic defense, 1 magic evade. 3 link materia slots. You can buy this at Miguel or win it for the snowboarding minigame. You gotta get like a really high score. most people are not going to get this because it requires getting like 97 or higher points, which is very tricky to do. You gotta get the balloons that gotta not crash, quote unquote, or bump into walls and stuff like that. It's pretty tricky to get the prizes for the snowboarding minigame. Platinum Bangle. 20 defense, 12 max defense, 2 unlinked materia slots with double AP growth. You can buy a Costa del Sol or Junin, or you can steal it from Deathclaw. From, the Corel, prison. Which, I mean, you're missing out on a lot of materia slots if you do this. It's up to you if you feel like double AP growth on 2 materias is worth it. Rune Armlet. 43 defense, 5 8, 24 max defense, 4 unlinked materia slots with double AP growth. You can buy it at Bone Village. I normally buy this and keep this on for a good chunk of the game because 4 materia slots with double AP growth isn't terrible, and the stats are not really that bad. I mean, it's not as good as the Diamond Bangle, but honestly, I feel like the defense and max defense stats don't really matter all that much, in all honesty. It does not feel like it matters too terribly much. And there's no special effects associated with most of these armors. We'll get those in a little bit, but like, yeah. The Egan Coat. 50 defense, 33 max defense, 7 unlinked materia slots. So if you want a lot of materia and you want to level them up, and you're not worried about double AP, or, yeah, double AP, this is a good armor. It also gives you plus 5 magic. You can win it from Palmer or buy it at Rocket Town. So yeah, this isn't a bad armor, especially if you're working with, like, HP up, MP up, all that stuff. The Wizard Bracelet. 6 defense, 3 evade, 85 max defense. So this is good for max defense. 3 magic evade, 4 linked materia slots. So gives you 8 materia slots, which is great. And 20 magic. So this is really good if you're a spellcaster type of person. You just focus on a spellcaster and just go down. 20 magic is a pretty big boost. You can buy it at Miguel, win it from Genoka Life, or steal it from Epionis, which is from the Ancient Forest. It's the bird enemies. Acumen Bangle is basically the opposite of the Wizard Bracelet. 93 defense, 23 max defense, 1 linked materia slot. You can steal it from Acumen Hamai, which is the big hurdle of the beach of Wu Hai. So, this is honestly really good during the part where, you're doing the UV side quest at Wu Hai. 93 defense is nothing to scoff at. It's really nothing to scoff at. And it's honestly pretty good for, a lot of the game if you're worried about, taking a lot of physical damage. I wouldn't use it myself, because there's better armor, but, like, it's probably the highest, one of the highest defense armor in the game. The Gigas Armlet. 59, defense and 30 strength. This gives you the highest strength in the game out of all armor. So, if you want to hit hard with physical attacks, this is good. However, 2 linked materia slots and 1 unlinked materia slot with no materia growth. So, this does make it hard to level up materia. So, if you're worried about materia growing, then you're not going to be using this. But 30 strength is amazing. It really is. You win it from Demon's Gate, but you can still morph with the Gigas at the Whirlwind Maze. Remember, once you finish the Whirlwind Maze, you can no longer fight the Gigas. And, if you steal the item, I believe it prevents you from getting the item dropped. So, if you're trying to get the Earth Mallet, you cannot steal Geiger's armlet first, and vice versa. But yeah, furry strength is a lot of strength. It might honestly be good at the end of the game if you want to really give yourself a big damage boost, but there's still better armor. We'll get that. Imperial Guard, 8 huge defense, 74 max defense, 3 link materia slots. Nothing special, just high defense and max defense, which isn't bad. This is a very solid armor. You can find it at the Northern Cave, or win it from the Commander Grand Horn, which is level 37, which is the final Fort Condor fight. Let the final enemy get you off the screen, and then beat them and get this. No reason not to. It saves you money, and you get this armor, which is, it's just better to do. The Aegis armor, 55 defense, 15 evade, 86 magic defense, and 50 magic evade. And 2 link materia slots. So, this is a very good armor. This is not as good in the original PlayStation version, because magic evade did not work. Did magic defense work? I don't remember. If it did, then like, it's still good for the magic defense, you're just not getting the magic evade. And you can only get one of these, which is at the Midgard Underground during the Midgard Raid. If you miss it there, then it's forever gone. And if you fall down a certain part in the early part, you can also no longer get this. I think it's during that part. Alright. The 4th bracelet. This is a weird armor, because it kind of just appears in Rocket Hound during Disc 2. Which is like, but why? And I think this is during the time that the huge materia side quest is going on. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's, no. Can you go back on the high wind after, not the high wind, Heine Bronco? No, it won't let you leave. No, I don't think it will. I could be, mistaken. 74 defense, 3 evade, 100 magic defense, 3 magic evade, and 20 magic. So this is like, honestly, this is a better wizard bracelet. It gives you the same amount of magic, but it also gives you a lot more defense and magic defense. Does it give you better magic evade? No, it gives you the same magic evade. So this is honestly better than the wizard bracelet. So if you want your spellcaster to be physically sound and not worry about the wizard bracelet, you're going to have 3 less materia slots. Oh no, because that's 2 link materia slots and 1 link materia slot, but like, oh no, 3 less materia slots. Whatever will you do? This is still good for magic slingers. And again, you will only find one of these at Rocket Hound. Specifically on Disc 2. The Warrior Bangle, yeah, is 96 defense, so very good defense, 21 magic defense, and strength plus 20. So it's like a better Abdomen Bangle. However, it has 2 late materia slots with no materia growth. So again, if you're worried about materia growing, you're probably not going to use this. But 20 strength with 96 defense is pretty good. You can only get one of these at a higher game, and it's from stealing it from Eagle Gun during the train at North Corral. If you do not get it there, then it is forever gone. So be sure to get that. I hit the wrong button. Shinra Beta. 30 defense. 1 link materia slot, 2 unlinked materia slot. That's all it is. You can win it from the submarine crew or steal it from the marine. The marines are on the cargo ship to Costa del Sol. That's the easiest place to get these. So if you want them, you can get them there. Once those enemies are gone, you can no longer get this. Same with the Shinra Alpha. 77 defense, 34 magic defense, 3 link materia slots. You can only steal it from the soldier first, captain, and underwater MP. The underwater MP, there's only 2 of them, and they're both in the underwater reactor. The captain, you can skip a fight. He's like a submarine with his 2 guys. Those are the earliest times you can get these. You can also steal it from the soldier first, which is on the sister Ray in Midgar, during the Midgar raid, if you want more of them. 4 slots. 12 defense, 10 max defense, 4 unlinked materia slots. That's all it does. You can buy at Costa del Sol before you get the high one, or find it in the Sinra building. That's generally where you're going to find it, is at the Sinra building. I'd skip out on it and keep the coupon. Fire Armament. Now we're getting the good stuff. 72 defense, 8 evade, 52 max defense, 3 magic evade, absorbs fire damage. So this is pretty good. The thing is, you're not really going to run it into that much fire damage, but it's still nice to have on hand. 2 link materia slots. You will find it at Gaia's Cliff, or you can steal it from Unknown at the Sunken Galnica. Aurora Armlet. 76 defense, 8 evade, 54 magic defense, 3 magic evade, absorbs ice damage. 2 link materia slots. You will find it at the Forgotten Capital, or you can steal it from Unknown 2 at the Sunken Galnica. Fire Armlet and Aurora Armlet are both very good to have for Schizo and Gaia's Cliff. If you give the Fire Armlet person, like, say, the Ice Ring, I don't know if you could get the Ice Ring that early, or Elemental with the Ice Materia. Same thing with Aurora Armlet, Elemental Fire Materia. You still have the Fire Ring. So that'll prevent one person from taking any damage, any Ice or Fire damage from Schizo. And the Fire Armlet is great against Genova Gaff. So there's good uses for both. Outside of that, though, you're not really going to use either one of them, because you don't really run into Fire Ice too terribly much outside of Gaia's Cliff. These are also good against Magic Breath user. So if you use, like, if you fight the Stilva and the Gaia's Cliff, is very good against them. Aurora Armlet makes you basically invincible to Malboros, etc., etc. Volt Armlet. 74 defense, 8 evade, 5 magic defense, 3 magic evade. Absorbs lightning. Honestly, you don't really run into lightning too terribly much, I feel. Actually, do you? I feel like you don't run into that many elemental attacks in general, especially later in the game. At least none that are really going to make you worry that much that you're going to equip this stuff. 2 link materia slots. You can find it in Coral Valley Cave, which is right after the Forgotten Capital. And you can steal more from Unknown 3. The Dragon Armlet. 58 defense, 3 evade, 47 magic defense, 2 magic evade, 3 link materia slots. It halves fire, ice, and lightning damage, so, I mean, if you're not worried about absorbing elements and you just want to hate less damage overall, Dragon Armlet's not bad. It's not a bad alternative. You go win it from the Blue Dragon and Red Dragon, or steal it from the Dark Dragon, so if you want to farm it, you can farm it at Gaia's Cliff, but I wouldn't worry too much about it, in all honesty. The Minerva Band. 60 defense, 8 evade, 57 max defense, 3 link materia slot, and it negates damage from fire, ice, holy, or gravity. So it can only be used by Tifa, Aerith, and Yuffie. Aerith can never use this because she's never around. The this is kind of useless in a way because nobody uses holy damage in this game. And gravity is super rare, like, outside of, like, Basaru Sephiroth, you don't really run into gravity very much, so fire and ice, in the game, that's not bad, but, like, in terms of armor, you can do way better than this for females. Like, holy gravity is, like, not worth, it's not worth it. It's really not. Like an escort guard, 60 who defends 5 evade, 5 max defense, 3 link materia slots. Oh yeah, the Minerva Band. You can find it at the Ancient Force or steal it from Elena in Midgar. That's the only way to get 2 of them. So if you want both Tifa and Yuffie who equip it, make sure to get both of them. An escort guard, 6 who defends 5 evade, 5 max defense, 3 link materia slot. It negates lightning, water, poison, and earth, and it's only useful by the males. So, again, kinda useless. Poison is more useful, because if you're immune to poison element, you're immune to poison, status. Water, you don't really see water very much at all. Unless you're going to fight, like, the Serpent and the Sunk Galnica, but, like, nothing really uses water. And earth, like, there's a couple things that uses earth, but it's not a very common element, so, like, lightning's the only thing you will worry about, and there's better ways of dealing with lightning, I'm gonna be real. Like, escort guard is kinda as bad as Minerva Band, if not worse. I mean, the poison, immunity is better than, you know, fire and ice, I guess, maybe. You can find it at the Sunk Galnica or morph it from the Iron Man, but that's kind of pointless because Iron Man is at the point of no return. Once you go down to, once you start heading down to, whatchamacallit, the, place where the final boss is, it's, you can't really bring it back to a save point, so no point in keeping, I mean, there's no point in morphing any of them. Now, if you want to get the best armors in the game, the Mist Style is probably the best armor in the game, or one of them. I'll leave it up to you which one you think is better. So, Mist Style has 65 defense, 50 evade, 72 magic defense, and 60 magic evade, with 3 link materia slots. So you get 6 materia slots. You can only find it at Sector 8 during the Midgar raid on Disc 2 and the Northern Cave. Now, the only way to get the third, the Mist Style, is by duplicating it. You have to send Yuffie and someone with Yuffie a specific way in the, Northern Cave. I think you send them both down, and then I think you send them both, up. If you go down. I believe that's how, I think if you send them both down, Yuffie will just get the Mist Style anyways, if you go the other way. So, that's how you get the additional Mist Style. Or is it Tifa? It might be Tifa that gives you the additional Mist Style. Yeah, it's Tifa that does, sorry. My bad. You just sent Tifa down and she'll get, or Tifa to the right and she'll get. So, here's the thing. You send Tifa to the right, you climb back up, you go the other way, you get the Mist Style, and then you go down, and then you talk to everyone, and then you get the additional Mist Style. That's how the glitch works. And this works for, like, Ultimate Heroes too. So, if you want, like, an extra copy of Sealed, or, Mega All, or, Counter, that's how you would do that too. So, the Mist Style. is amazing because 50 evade and 60 magic evade is really good in this version of the game. In the PlayStation version, it's less valuable. I mean, 50 evade is still really good, but you don't get magic evade in the PlayStation version. The Cygric is 100 defense, 15 evade, 98 magic defense, 18 magic evade, strength and magic plus 20, and it halves damage from all elements. So, fire, ice, lightning, earth, poison, gravity, water, wind, holy, cut, hit, punch, and shoot. The last 5 are from weapons, so basically physical damage is half. You get this by stealing it from Rogue in all 3 fights. Some could kill Nika, Rocket Hound, and Midgar in the subway. If you cannot get it from any of those fights, you can no longer get it. So if you want 3 of these, make sure to steal it from Rogue before you finish them off. So, the fact that it also has no materia growth, or materia slots, here's the thing. You could go with average, like, pretty decent defense and magic defense, but good evade and magic evade with 6 materia slots, 3 of them linked. Or you could go with the highest defense and magic defense, 20 strength and magic, and have all damage, but no materia slots. It's kinda up in the air which one is better, I feel. Like, which one is better? I don't know. Honestly, I go with the Mistile because it allows you to equip a whole bunch of other materia. Because materia is pretty good. Now, if you're going with, like, the high materia slots here, like, you could probably put on a Master HP Plus, Double Cut, Master Magic, Master Command, Master Summon, Counterattack, Long Range, and Enemy Skill. And that'll cover, like, all your bases. I mean, you don't really need Master Command, in all honesty. You don't even really need Master Magic. Master Summon is good to keep, though, but, like, you can fill out most of your good materia stuff here, unless you want to do, like, materia combinations, like Added Cut and, Death Blow, or, like, a whole bunch of counter, hack materia, etc., etc. The Mistyle's better, but if you're not worried about, combinations, then, I don't know, Cygric might be better. It might be. And then you get the weird one, the Precious Watch. It gives you no stat boost. The only thing it does, it gives you 8 unlinked materia slots. That's it. It literally does basically nothing else. So this is kind of garbage. It's more of a collector's item, and you can get this by winning it for the Chocobo Racing. Or alternatively, if you want to get all of the unique Chocobo Racing items, win the S rank Hentheims, I believe, and you will get it all from Esker. And finally, the Choco Bracelet, also from Chocobo Racing. 35 defense, Hen Evade, 38 magic defense, Hen magic evade, and 4 materia slots that are unlinked. Kinda not great. However, and this is what the game doesn't tell you, it gives you 20 luck, which, I mean, 20 luck's not bad. And it also gives you 30 dexterity, so 30 speed. Not bad. 30 speed is kinda okay. Now, I don't know how much that really matters in the grand scheme of things, because, like, I'm gonna be real, it never feels like having higher speed really matters terribly much in ATV games. I'm gonna be honest, because it feels like even with high dexterity, you kinda just don't really ever, like, get extra turns. Unless you have, like, 255 speed. Then, you know, maybe you'll be able to, like, loop over, your enemies. But, like, otherwise, like, I never feel the difference with like 30 additional speed. It never really feels that different to me. So that is Ultra Armor. I actually have Ultra Armor. Hallelujah. Yeah. I didn't miss any of them. So now we get to the final bit here, which is accessories. So, let us start with this. So the power risk, I don't know why it's in a different order here. I might have them, order it differently on the wiki. The power risk gives you hand strength. You can buy it at Rocket Hound or win it from Bombs Well. For Half-Baskus Hand Vitality, you can buy it at Rocket Hound, win it for Rufus, or get it for Battle Squad by winning 5 battles and don't get KO'd. You gotta win at least 5 battles and don't get KO'd during the battle arenas when you're doing the Keystone thing. Earring and Magic. You can buy it at Rocket Hound. Talisman and Spirit. You can buy it at Gongaga or Rocket Hound, or win it from Sample 805112. Choco Feather. You can, it gives you hand dexterity. You can buy it at Blue Eye, or win all 8 battles at the Battle Square when doing the Keystone quest. And Amulet and Luck. You can buy it at Miguel. So, I'm gonna be real. I don't think any of these items are worth it. I don't think they're worth it. I don't think 10 stat points really make that... I don't think it makes that much of a difference. I do not think it makes much of a difference. So, let me prove it. So, let's start with, we're gonna start with the Buster Sword, okay? So, this gives us, 127 attack, right? 127 attack. So let's see if, we can get into a fight. Give me a fight. Give me a fight. Let's see how much damage Cloud does. $25.64. Let's try that again without the stat boost. So that's about 1,200 damage, right? About 1,200 damage. Let's say it's about 1,200 damage. Now let's put this on and see if that actually matters. So that's gonna give us 137 attack. So about 1,200 damage. How much does hen attack matter? Will it do like 1,400? 2768. 2768. Does it really make that much of a difference? 2768. Let's try that again. 2768 with plus 10.5. And we get about that much with a crit. Let's see what happens if we do that without a crit. It's like 300 attack. 300 attack's not that big of a deal, I feel. It's honestly, like, see, it's not... Like, early on, it might matter a little bit, but, like, that's not much of a damage boost. And then Champion Belt is 20 attack and vitality. Let's see if that, how much of a difference that makes. So, 2,400 with a, without any, anything on. I mean, that's 1,200 damage. That actually does matter there. So, the Champion Belt is actually very good. Champion Bell is very good. Hold on. Let me make sure I do that. So, I would recommend Champion Bell, at least, if you want some damage boost. Champion Bell is honestly very good. That's actually, amazing. Give me just a second, if you will. Who is messaging me? I see who's messaging me. So, you will get this from, the Battle Square. It costs 40,960 before you get the Heine Bronco, I think. Or, before you get the, before the Heine Bronco. 25,600 after the Heine Bronco. And 16,000, after you get the Highwind. So, honestly, this is a very good accessory. The plus ends are kind of whatever. I would highly recommend using the status resistant equipment over those. But the Champion Belt is honestly, I think, worth it. Because Birdie, like, you saw how much it did. It gave, like, 100 additional hat, or, damage. At lower levels, that may make a big difference. So, unless you have a bunch of ribbons, you might want to go with Champion Belt. So, I would recommend this. Oh, Poison Ring. The Poison Ring. You can only get one of these, and it's like a whirlwind maze in the area after defeating Genova Death. It, prevents poison status, and it absorbs poison elemental damage. Why is there only one in the entire game? I don't know, in all honesty. And you don't really run it to, I mean, you run it to poison status enough, but at that point, you might as well just use the ribbon, because you don't run it to the poison element that much. So, ribbon just supersedes this. Got Huff Ring. So, Huff Ring is, in the original version, it was called Hoof Ring. So, H-O-U-P-H. They fixed it later on. So, this gives you 50 vitality and spirit. That actually matters a lot, I feel. That's a pretty solid accessory. You can only get 2 of these in the game, and they're both stolen from Reno, at the Soka Galnica, and at the Midgard Raid. So, steal both of these. Because 50 defense and magic defense is really worth it. If you have nothing better to put on. Yeah, the misspelling was weird. I don't know why they spelled it that way. I'm honestly wondering what they're going to do in the updated version. I'm going to be checking that out on stream. And I'm also going to be doing a speed run of that version on stream. I don't think they're going to change dialogue. I'm pretty sure they're not going to change dialogue. So, yeah. Circlet. So, Circlet gives you 30 magic and spirit, much like the Champion Bell. This might actually be worth it in regards to, you know what? Let me try Master Magic. We're gonna do a basic fire spell. You know, I really wish games would do boosters more often, just so we could see more silly stuff. Okay, I'm gonna throw fire at you. So, 513 damage. Yeah, you don't have to buy it. If you already own this version of the game, you will get the next one, the remake, for free instead. It's just this version will be delisted. But if you haven't already, then, you know, you'll be able to keep it. So, let's see how much 30 magic matters. That was about 500 damage. Against Gakahongi. Also, hello, Melty and 8. How long have you both been here? Please! Also, I can't believe I actually forgot a weapon in this game. I really can't. I mean, that's 559 on you. I need to find a Gagahandi. Wait, did I put on the right accessory? Yes. So that was 559 against him. Let me take this off and hopefully I'll fight him. Let's fight the Grand Horn. So it's 559 against Grand Horn. He roughly halves fire damage. Bro! Bro! Oh! What are you doing taking a nap? Don't take a nap. No naps allowed. You're not allowed to take any naps. That's for old people. Alright, so Star Pen, the Star Penguin. You can buy this at, Gongaga. You will also win it from mobile, and you can win it or find it at a similar building by trading in coupon A, or getting it at Mount Corel on the left-hand side with falling off the tracks. All it does is prevent poison. I highly recommend this for a good portion of the game. Yeah, Winter Storm Part 2 is happening. Poison is very prevalent in this game, so I would recommend keeping Star Pendants on. You will run into poison a lot in the Cave of the Key. There's a few other places where poison happens a lot. Silver Glasses. Prevents blind. Honestly, you don't really get hit by blind that much, so this is kind of whatever. And it doesn't really affect magic, so, oh no! Not blind. I don't know if it affects, steel. Which, meh. You can find it in Junon by getting 50 or less in the score in, Rufus' send-off, which, that's terrible. Or you can find it in Junon before you get, the Highwind, and in Gongaga. Me? Gongaga. Headband. It prevents sleep. Again, you don't really run into sleep very much here. You can fight in Junon before you get the Highwind, or you can fight in Gongaga. Fairy Ring prevents blind and poison. I'ma be real, it's kind of whatever, because again, blind's not really that big of a deal, so if you have Star Pendant, you're already covering the big one. You can find it in the Cave of the Key, or buy it in Miguel. Gem Ring prevents Petrify, Slow Petrify, and Paralysis. So, I'm gonna be honest. Paralysis doesn't happen that often. Petrify itself also doesn't really happen that often. You have to go out of your way to fight the enemies that actually does full-on Petrify, which is, the Crown Lands, which you fight all the beads around, Gongaga and Cosmo Canyon and Nibelheim. And I believe, Giggy in, the Northern Cave can implement Petrify, because I had that happen to me once in a solo character challenge. Sephiroth can also do it with Break, but, you know, whatever there. You're probably gonna die or Break. And by that point, you're gonna have ribbons, more than likely, or whatnot. So, like, the only time you're gonna feel Petrify is from Slow Numb, which you run into Slow Numb very rarely as well. You saw Gagahandi do a Stone Stare that's Slow Numb. Under Lizard does it in Temple of the Ancients. But honestly, you don't see Slow Numb very much. It's a very rare status, so like, you don't really need the Gem Ring very much. you can buy a Miguel, and you can win it from Materia Keeper. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to go wake up Papa Nomic, so give me a second. I love how you can just see me coming back into the room. You can see my head moving on the model. It's just like, oh no, the guy's coming back. We must hide. Evade, scatter. The white cape. So, it prevents Grog and Small. I don't know why they call it Small and not Mini. You can write on Gongaga and Miguel, and you can win it from Genova Birth. So, the white cape. There's one particular section where you're going to use the white cape. And that's when you're trying to get frog song for the stupid frogs. You know what frogs I'm talking about around Gongaga. That's really the only time you're going to use this. Because, frog doesn't really happen that much. Outside of, the area in, the forest of Gongaga, you're gonna run into frog in Temple of the Ancients. That might be the other place to use this because of the hot frogs and the Under Lizard. Christopher in the Northern Cave has frog song, but I mean, meh, you're gonna have ribbons by that point. And like, nobody uses the Hogue spell, so like, you don't really see frog very much. And Small, you only see from L4 Suicide and the mini spell from Hungry. That's it. You do not see mini, like, at all in this game. So it's very weird to me that you have an accessory that prevents these statuses, but you hardly, you don't really see them. So it's like it's not worth getting, really, outside of a very niche area. Sprint shoes. Ah, the legendary sprint shoes. So, if you don't know what this does, it gives you auto haste. I do like using this in this game because of the spider web, which inflicts slow on the enemy. So you throw spider web and you have auto haste, you'll probably get at least 2 turns in your enemy now. That's a very good accessory. I use this when I don't need to use the ribbon. So, in order to get this, after you win 8 rounds of a special battle in the battle square, the woman outside the battle square will give you this for free. Additionally, it's the price of the Chocobo Square at A rank, and you can get one for free if you win the Chocobo Racing S rank 10 times in a row. In a row. Keep that in mind. It has to be in a row. And I'll give you all other Chocobo Square items as well. So, I would recommend it. It's probably one of the best accessories outside of the ribbon. And probably champion belt and circlet. And one other item. We'll get that when we get to that. Peace ring. So, fun fact. It says it protects against Berserk, Fury, and Sadness. This description is lying. Believe it or not, the game is actually lying about this accessory. Yes, it prevents Berserk, Fury, and Sadness. However, did you know this also prevents Confuse? This is your Confusion immunity accessory as well. Why they forgot to put that in the description, I don't know. I always forget that this has the Confuse immunity. So, this would be useful during, like, say, the Midgard Raid, since some enemies with regular attacks do, like, inflict Confuse. If you're in the Shinra Manor, this is very nice to have, but, yeah. Honestly, you don't see Confuse too heavily. Oh, no! This is good against Reno and Elena, and also good against Snow. Not Snow Billiers. You can be confused about that, Snow, all you like. I know, Troy Baker is a very good voice actor. You're gonna get confused about yourself with him. But that's not the Snow I'm talking about. You can fight at Rocket Hound after you get the Highwind. You can fight it at, Fort Conquer after you win the second battle. Or win it from Raps. The ribbon! Do I have to say anything about the ribbon, guys? The ribbon is an amazing accessory. It always has been. And unlike some other Final Fantasies, I'm looking at you, Final Fantasy V, it does prevent all of the debuffs, I believe. Let's equip this ribbon. So this is what the ribbon prevents. Did you know you could do that? If you click confirm on the status menu, you can see your elements and your statuses. I'm pretty sure most people probably don't know this, because why would they? Why would they hit confirm? So, actually it doesn't prevent all of the statuses. So, it prevents sleep, poison, sadness, fury, confusion, silence, brawl, small, snow, numb, petrified, death sentence, berserk, paralyzed, and darkness. It does not prevent instant death or near death. It does not prevent slow or stop. I don't know what it is with Square, but they really don't like you preventing slow and stop with ribbons for some reason. Some old game has a world count list. What do you mean? Also, going back to Peace Ring real fast, you're not going to use this accessory outside Confusion, because Fury Sadness, that kind of doesn't really matter that much to you. And Berserk, you, like, don't really ever see Berserk. Oh, a word count limit. I got you. Right. I mean, they have... It looks like you can do the word count here. Yeah, right, look at how long that is. They could very easily put the confused text in there. But yeah, you're not going to be using the Peace Ring, really, outside Confuse. Ribbon is very good. You will be able to find it at Gaius Cliff. It's in a hidden off cave inside Gaia's Cliff. Yeah, it's probably an oversight. There's a lot of oversights in this game, in all honesty. Stop it, wire. It's in Gaia's Cliff in a hidden room, Temple of the Ancients, and you can win it from the battle square by winning 10 special battles. You can also morph it from the Hoatsu, which I don't think you can normally fight the Hoatsu in the Ancient Forest. Or you can morph the Master Hogberry, which Fire Ring nullifies fire elemental damage. Not bad. This is the easiest way of getting beta early in the game. In addition, you're going to use this against Schizo and Genova Geth. This makes Genova Geth hilariously easy, because you can't get hurt. And against Schizo, if you have a Fire Ring and Aurora Armlet, you're pretty well set for most of the fight. So you can find this in Costa del Sol in the Villa basement, or buy it in Miguel. Ice Rain nullifies ice elemental damage. So, this works against Schizo, but overall, you're not going to run into ice very much outside of the northern continent. You're really not. You can buy it in Miguel, or win it from Checo, which is in Wuhai, during the Pagoda side quest. Bolt Ring nullifies lightning elemental damage. Wow! I'm gonna be real, you don't really see lightning terribly much, so, I mean, yeah. You can buy it in Miguel, or you can get from the Sleeping Man in the Junin area cave. It requires a blue chocobo across the river, or, you know, the honey, or, whatchamacallit, the, buggy to get who, and you hot him with the last 2 digits of battle numbers of 22, 44, 66, or 88. That's how you get the Bolt Ring. I always forget about this accessory, because it's like, I never really buy stuff that much. Hexra Elemental absorbs... Yeah, I mean, that's the northern continent. I'm just talking about the northern continent in general. Great Glacier is pretty much the only time you would use that. Yeah, Great Glacier's a pain in the butt to try and get stuff at. Especially if you want to get both, Alexander, the safety bit, and the skill as well Materia. Getting all of those in one run is a nightmare. So, Hexra Elemental. How many of you guys have actually gotten this? It absorbs fire, ice, earth, and lightning. Which, that's not bad. It's not bad, but you find it in the Northern Cave, which is at the end of the game. You're generally not going to use this very much, because you're at the end of the game. Who are you going to fight outside of, you know, the final bosses that this is going to apply to? This is good against Bizarro Sephiroth. That's about it. That's really about it. If you want more of these, you can morph the Cactars on the Cactar Island. Just use Yuffie for that, but, like, yeah. You're not really going to use this accessory, like, at all. Safety bit. It prevents death. It prevents, death. Petrify and slow numb. Yeah, so this is, you can buy it at Rocket Hound after you get the Highwind, or find it at Great Glacier, or win it with a snowboard minigame by getting 89 or higher points on Course A. So, oh, this also prevents, death sentence, so keep that in mind. It doesn't say that it prevents a death sentence, but it does prevent that. Again, Petrified, Slow, Numb, not really that big of a deal. Instant death is actually a pretty big deal. I'm gonna be honest. Especially in the Northern Cave, that's where it's really gonna shine. You want this for the Northern Cave. If you're doing like a solo character run, this is gonna be a godsend because, oh my god, the amount of instant death in that final dungeon. For those of you who don't know, I did both solo character runs, solo character initial equipment, no materia, no accessory, no escape, and solo character initial equipment, no items, no accessory, no escape. And the amount of times I lost because of instant death is insane. Scissors will instant death you if you don't kill them outright. Master Hogberries will instant death you. The Aramans, or Alamagnes, as they're called, will instant death you if you use magic on them. Giggy will use Petrify on you. Death dealers will use Roulette on you. Who else? Who else does instant death? There's a lot of stuff in there that's just nasty. This will help in there. And really, that's about the only time you're going to use the safety bit. You don't really run into death that much. Thank God. Fury Ring. It gives you, Auto Berserk. You can buy it in Gongaga, or get it in Battle Square for 2,560 BP. I don't remember when this is. Let me see, when is this? Before the Tiny Bronco. So, how useful is Auto Berserk? It depends on your playstyle. If all you're doing is regular attacks anyways, then use the Fury Ring. So, I was thinking of trying to do a regular attack only run, where you just use regular attacks, you know, or hold circle. So, if I were to do that kind of run, I would be using a Fury Ring. How well would that run? I don't know. I do not know. Because, Bomb's Well is going to be a problem in that kind of a challenge. Bomb's Well is going to be a very, very big problem. Honestly, I think Bomb's Well is the only one that's going to be a big problem because it's the only real flying boss in the main story. If I recall. Actually, Diamond Weapon's going to be a problem, too, in that kind of run. Yeah, you can't really beat Diamond Weapon that way. Okay. Curse Ring. So, the Curse Ring. The Curse Ring is interesting because it's honestly a very solid accessory. Where it's like a weaker version of like the Huff Ring, the Champion Belt, and the Circlet. It gives you 35 strength, 15 dexterity, 15 vitality, 15 spirit, 10 luck, and 35 magic. But you start the fight with Death Sentence. Yeah, it's a very terrible description. So it gives you a lot of stat boosts, and honestly, they're not very small. I mean, the 15 aren't really that much of a deal, but the 35 is really good. That's 5 more than the Circlet and the Champion Belt. You can only get 2 of these. You can steal it from Ultimate Weapon during Miguel, the first time you run into him. It's very limited, you get 3 turns, and you can find it in Miguel. So, to get it in Miguel, check the back wall of the weapon shop, and then go outside the accessory shop and walk up the wooden path around the shop. When you hear a creaking noise, check it and get the beat up useless old key. Go back to the weapon shop and use the key. And when you get an option, help them hit the truth. and you will get this. You can only get this before Ultimate Weapon attack, so you can get 2 of these, and that's it. This item is pivotal in making Tifa godlike, because it gives her death sentence. If you recall her weapon, Power Soul, and, Master Fist, this powers her up. This gives her, times 2 damage, I think. And if you put her in critical HP, you get, like, times 4 damage, so it's, like, times 6 damage on, Power Soul. So, yeah, this is godlike on Tifa, specifically. Otherwise, I don't know how often you would use this. It gives you 1 minute before the character dies. After the character dies, it does not reset the timer. There is a way around this. If you have the enemy skill Death Force, you can use it on that character to bypass the death. So overall, this is still a pretty good accessory if you have Death Force. So, if you don't have a ribbon and you want to go with, like, pure damage, use this. If you want to go with, like, pure defense, use the Huff Ring. There are ways around using a ribbon. We'll go over that when we go over that. The vaccine is one such way. The item vaccine. Protect Ring, Auto Barrier and M Barrier. Yeah, I mean, generally, if you see something say cursed, you're like, no, I don't think I really want that. So, when I say Auto Barrier and M Barrier, it lies. Because in every other Final Fantasy, when you say Auto Barrier and, like, Auto Protect and Auto Cell, you have it for the entire fight. Here, it just casts it at the start of the fight, one time. So, that's all it does. You start the fight with it, normally. You don't get to keep it. So it's like, this accessory kinda sucks. If it had, if it acted like the actual auto cell, this would be a really, really good accessory. Especially when you get, so, here's how you get it. You skill it from the right Schizo. So, when you fight Schizo, you fight the left neck and right neck. Skill it from the right neck. Otherwise, you won't get this until the end of the game. You have to morph movers again. At that point, it's kind of pointless. Really, it's just pointless overall. Like, Barrier and M Barrier really don't last that long. So I can't really recommend this. Also, fun fact, for those of you who don't know. In the Breaking Games Guide, it does not list the Circlet, Curse Ring, Protect Ring, or Sprint Shoes. It also never mentions the added cut materia and how to get it. In addition, it messes up Hellenic Hojo's HP. Instead of giving you the HP for Hellenic Hojo, it tells you that his HP is Midgar. Midgar HP, huh? I don't know how that actually works. How do you have HP of Midgar? Cat Spell. Yeah, I used to read that guy that a buddy of mine had. Downstroyer had it. I don't know if he still does, but I used to read that guy. I loved reading the guides. Like, that was just my reading material, was reading the guides. Like, I had a Super Mario RPG guide. It's trashed now. It fell apart. And, like, one of my older dogs, he was laying on top of it, and I told him to get up, and he got up, but his claws went right through the guide. So I have this giant gaping hole inside the guide from where the dog, like, stood up on it. Yeah, the Midgar HP is just like, what? What do you mean Midgar HP? So, Cat Spell. It restores HP every step you take. Hello! So, what this means is, you will restore 2 HP rounded up to the next even HP value. And here's the fun fact. Let's say that a user is KO, right? Here's something that you probably don't know. Here's something you probably don't know. And I'm gonna, first of all, I'm going to take this off. I am going to defeat Cloud. Let us defeat Cloud. Right? Cloud shall be defeated. Defeat Cloud. Now, Cloud is dead, right? Cloud has Paris. Do you know this trick? He has no HP, right? He has the cat spell. Let me take one step. Hold on. What? Are you lying to me, game? Ah, there we go. So it's not on the world map. But you see what it does? It can revive KO party members at 0 HP. Is that valuable? Not really. This isn't really that valuable at all. So, I mean, I honestly don't see the use of the cat spell. I really don't. You go ahead and put on your misdial. Not that really matters. So yeah, cat spell, kinda not really worth it. By the way, don't look up hint anabolum. If you ever look up hint anabolum, you're gonna be scarred. That's what the cat spell actually is a hint anabolum. I mean, yeah, it preserves Phoenix down to MP, but like, it's not hard to use. It's not hard to get MP and Phoenix downs in this game. It's really not. Reflect Ring. You will get auto reflect. Oh yeah, and the cat spell. How you get that? It's a Chocobo Square prize at A and S rank. Reflect Ring gives you auto reflect. You win it from Zenova Death, and if you want more of these, you steal it from Ultimate Weapon on ground battles only. So if you want to get more Reflect Rings, that's the only way to do it. So you will fight him on like North Corral, Gongaga. There's a couple places that you find him on the ground. I think you also find him on the ground at the North Crater. I could be wrong. I thought I saw a light to my left. I might have been mistaken. Is this useful? Not really. Not really. You don't really run into that many spells, and you're basically giving yourself if you want to use spells on yourself. Also, do not use this if you're going to go fight Mirages, because if you fight a Mirage and you cast a spell, you soft lock the game. Because Reflect will never wear off on you with a Reflect Ring, and will never wear off of a Mirage. So it will bounce spells back and forth forever. So that's the only enemy of the game that will soft lock you like that. Water Ring. absorbs water elemental damage. Only really useful in one boss fight, which is Genova Life at the Forgotten Capital. So you will find this at the Coral Valley, which is right before the Forgotten Capital. If you want more, you can steal it from the Serpent and Acrophes. I don't know if you can steal it from the Acrophes before you go fight Genova Life. Or, yeah, Genova Life. If you can, I would recommend it because this makes Genova Life automatically free. So, outside of Genova Life, this is useless. You don't run it in water very much. Like, at all. So, oh boy, you can absorb water, but like, who really cares? Oh no. Sneak Glove. This increases your steal rate. I think it just doubles it. I could be wrong. You can only get one of these, and it's at Wall Market after you get the high one. You must dig up the key to Sector 5 at Bone Village, and then you go to Wall Market and buy it for 129,000 gil. Water is better for the player, yes. Yes, it is. I never use this. Because I'm gonna be real, a lot of the stuff that you can steal, like the time you get this, isn't really worth stealing. So, there's no real reason for this. Like, if you got this earlier in the game, it might be, you know, valuable, but like, you get it at like the end of the game where it doesn't really matter at all. It's kind of just like, yep, here's this accessory that you would normally get way later or way earlier in the game in the other Final Fantasies, but here, you get it at the end of the game. Thanks, game? Question mark? Hypno Crown. I think this doubles the manipulation % rate. Which, I mean, it does have uses. I'm not gonna lie, that does have some uses. You will find this at the Coral Valley, which is right after the, Forgotten Capital, or City of the Ancients, whatever you want to call it. Give me just a second, I'm fixing my cover here, so guys, stop being cool. So, the reason why this might be good is, when you manipulate an enemy, you're basically taking them out of the fight. Because the only way for them to not be manipulated, outside of, you know, being KO'd, and I think, like, sleep or something like that, is, hitting them with physical attacks. If you never hit them with a physical attack, you're taking them out of the fight forever. This also means that whoever's manipulating them is also not going to be able to do much, but, like, you know, you're taking a troublesome enemy out of the fight. And that is all of the accessories. So, unlike the previous Final Fantasies, there's a lot less accessories, I feel. Let me make sure that I've talked about all of them. Yep, we'll go with the accessories. So that's all of the accessories. So overall, the best accessories are like Champion Belt, Huff Ring, Circlet, Star Pendant is very good, Sprint Shoes, this is very niche, Ribbon is good, Fire Ring is good, it's niche, these are all niche. Curse Ring can be good, Fury Ring depends, Safety Bit's good, that's it. That's really it. And that is all of the equipment in the game. We have done it. We have gone through all the equipment. I have not seen a Nimi screen pop up yet. So we've done all the limit breaks, which took like an hour to go through. We've done all of the items in the game, which is, honestly, like, I'm gonna be real. I don't know why they have this much space. Like, why? Why is there like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. 43 empty slots. Why are there 43 empty slots? You can't, there's nothing else that gets added here that will actually add that much more. And I don't think there's enough gummy items that would add in this. So like, why is there 43 empty slots? I don't know. I have zero idea. Now, we've done all of that. Items are done, equipment's done, limits done. And we went over the menus. There's only one thing left to do. Only one thing left to do. And that's Materia, baby! Oh yeah, Materia. This is the core game mechanic. Much like how you have the job system in Final Fantasy 1, 3, technically 4, 5, etc. This is how you customize your characters. Green Materia or magic. Blue is support. You link these up with green, yellow, or red. Yellow is command Materia, so things like steal and throw. Pink is that pink or is that purple? That's purple. Is independent Materia. These are like passives like counter, HP up, etc. And red are summon Materia, so like Ifrit, Siva, Ramu, Bahamut, stuff like that. So, with that said, let us start with the bottom. So, fire, ice, and lightning are the common trifecta Materia. You can find these in pretty much every Materia shop, for the most part, starting at Sector 7. Now, which Materia should you prioritize? Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, fire has some uses. Not in Midgar. Apsis, weak to fire, if I recall. This is more for the Northern Continent, if you do not have Beta. If you don't have Beta, you're gonna be using this. Or you're gonna be using the Fire Veils. Which I gave Fire Veils the better to use than this. Overall, fire is not that valuable. You can make your fire attacks elemental by doing this. So, as you can see, fire element will give you fire elemental. Additionally, if you want some fire resist, you can do fire elemental on armors. With a master elemental Materia, you can absorb it. So, level 1 elemental will give you half, level 2 negate, level 3 absorb. So, if you want to, like, set up, like, specific things, like, say you're playing Schizo and you don't have, like, an additional Aurora armlet or fire ring, you can opt to do, like, fire elemental or ice elemental on armor, and you'll probably either half the damage or negate damage, so that's the other use for the fire Materia. Ultimately, though, there's another reason, another thing you can do is go fire, which is Ifrit, so for the most part, I don't think fire is really necessary. You can actually skip a fire Materia. Ice is probably the least useful of the 3 Materia, because outside of a couple bosses, you don't really run into anything that's really weak at ice in this game. Like, really. So, ice is the least useful. However, I would recommend getting at least one of each materia if you're gonna go for the master materia. Don't forget to do that. So, be sure to pick up at least one for that case, but outside of that, like, you're not using the ice materia for anything. You are gonna be using lightning a lot, because there's a lot of mechanical enemies all throughout Midgar, and in later portions of the game, and lightning is just, they're weak to lightning. And with lightning, they're going to die. And early on in Midgar, lightning plus all is gonna wipe, like, pretty much every enemy in Midgar. Regular enemy, especially if they're mechanical. But, again, outside of, like, mechanical enemies, lightning is not really gonna help you very much. Earth materia you can start buying in Calm. This materia is useless. Earth is a dead element in this game. Because so many enemies resist it or are immune to it. And it's not even good for elemental defense. Because not that many enemies use Earth. So just buy it only for the master materia. Otherwise, you're not using this materia. And like with lightning, ice, and fire, you can buy restore in pretty much every place. And I would highly recommend getting this on all three of your characters. Because cure is so good. The cure spells are stupidly good for like most of the game. Compared to like earlier Final Fantasies, cure is stupidly overpowered in Final Fantasy VII. Like, stupidly. Regen isn't really that great, but it also is better than previous Final Fantasies, I feel, because it still runs even when the ATB is, a restore materia or regen? I mean, regen can be useful. I did use regen in a couple fights, so I can't really say that it's useless. It is actually kind of good. I do love this materia. I always get this materia. But regen, I never really use. I should try to use it more. Heal! I believe you can start buying this at, Calm. So, if you don't know, you go here and check, what the spells do. Yeah, you can open this to do the little trick. Is there a way to check the ability list? It's not gonna let you check the ability list here, is it? I don't think so. So, the spells on here are, you know, they're standard spell. Poisona cures poison. Honestly, Poisona is kinda useless. Because if you're using Star Pendants, you don't really need Poisona. Esuna is usually a good spell, but in this game, you don't really run into that many status effects, really, for Esuna to be useful. You really don't. Here's a good way of checking it. Also, that's not a very good description, by the way. Like, it cures unusable status. What the hell does that mean? But yeah, Esuna you just really don't need, like, ever. And if you have White Wind is better. and then resist. So resist is an interesting spell. This is what VTuber uses. So it prevents you from being affected by any status, good or bad, and it locks your status. So if you have like frog, and you use resist on a frog character, you can't cure their frog anymore. So, resist is like, if you don't want to use ribbon, and you want to use like a sprint Zeus or like champion bell or things like that, you replace it with this. Or, there's another, you can do like a Swago ribbon build, but I'll get that in a little bit. So, resist is nice, but it can be useful if you don't want to use a ribbon. Yeah, it frees your equipment slots. It is very expensive. It is expensive. It's 120 MP. So it does cost a lot of MP. Active map? What do you mean active ability? Active ability? Huh. So yeah, it's good for like the final fights. So where you're gonna use resist, you're probably not gonna get this until the end of the game. More than likely. It's good against Ruby Weapon. So you would use this against Ruby Weapon, go into a fight with just one character, paralyze Ruby Weapon, revive the other two characters, and then use resist on your party, while you have the sprint shoes, or whatever equipment you want. There you go. Now you don't have to worry about ribbons. Or against safer Sephiroth, so you don't have to worry about, you know, Pale Horse and Supernova. Revive! As you can see, the stronger the Materia, the greater the stat boost and stat penalties are. You can buy this at Junon. So, Revive's not bad. Life revives you with 25% max HP. Life here revives you with full HP. I'm gonna be real, I never use this Materia, because I just opt to use Phoenix Gowns. For the most part, characters don't die fast enough for me to need to use, like, Life or Life 2. And if I recall, Phoenix Gown is basically just a life spell. So it's like, why cast Life when I could use Phoenix Gown, you know? It's that kind of thinking. And you get Phoenix Gown so easily in this game, so it's like, Revive doesn't really matter. Life 2 is very nice, though full Revive is good. I'm not really worried about full Revives, though. But because I have the way I play, full Revives are kinda not really a big deal. And once I get Angel Whisper at the end of the game, you don't really need Life 2. Seal! I believe you get this at Gongaga. It gives you access to sleep and silence. Not gonna lie, it's kinda useless. No items or no spells to get a choice of which to stick with at least. Yeah. You mean like I did? I mean, in a no items run, you're gonna need resist. Resist is pretty much mandatory for Hojo and for Sephiroth. You need this for Hojo and Sephiroth and not die. That's about the only time you really need it in a special run. And I mean, you use the vaccine in the same manner against Hojo and safer Sephiroth. This Materia is useless. There's no reason to use sleep or silence. And in regards to sleep, you have Frog Song, which is just superior. Silence? Silence is kinda not really great in this game, if I'm being real. Mystify you also get in Gone Gaga. It gives you Confuse a Berserk. Again, not really that useful. Confuse is basically a waste of her and I feel for you. And Berserk is like, why? What's the point of Berserk? Sure, you make the enemy use regular attacks, but like, meh? It's not really that necessary, I'm gonna be real. Transform, I believe you also get in Gone Gaga. Kate Sif starts with this. So, Minnie and Hogue. So, Hogue is kinda good, but it gets superseded by Frog Song. Minnie is not a bad spell, but you don't really need Minnie that badly. Minnie does help in a couple situations. However, if you have L4 Suicide, it's just better if you know the enemies to use it on, like in the Whirlwind Maze. Otherwise, you're not using Minnie very much. And Hogue, again, you're using, Frog Song. You know, I find it funny that they can give, like, different colors, different Hogue models for the characters. Like Cloud being a blue frog, Aerith being a pink frog, Tifa being a black or white frog, etc., etc. They just used one color model. As opposed to like earlier Final Fantasy where, you know, like FF5 a different color, or FF4, or FF3. Also weird that this is like the last time you see the frog status until FF15. And then you never see Frog ever again. Exit. You can buy this at Rocket Town. So, this is a weird materia. So, escape. Escape makes you run away from fights. If you're able to run from them. Fights are generally not hard enough that you need the spell. So it's kind of a useless spell, and remove is... Remove attempts to remove all enemies from battle. If you win a fight by using remove on all enemies, you do not get any EXP, AP, skill, or items for that enemy. And it costs like 110 MP to use, I think. So... I don't know why... I don't know why. Why would you ever use this? It is the X Zone. It literally is X Zone. But at least with X Zone you get all the rewards. This, I think, inflects, eject. I think this does eject instead of death. So, ultimately, a useless materia, in my opinion. Poison, you get one at, the Sinra headquarters. You can also buy it at Calm. Not gonna lie, I'm kinda torn on this. Ultimately, this is a useless materia. On the flip side, you can use this on a few bosses to poison them. It works on Bombswell, Materia Keeper. I think it works on the Hurts. It works on Rufus. You can use it on Demon's Gate, but it does nothing because it's immune to the poison element anyways. I think it works on Raps. I could be mistaken. But ultimately, it does work on some of the bosses you want to use on. It works on Midgard Solum, so that helps you get Beta easier in a way. Ultimately, I prefer using this for the elemental immunity. or resist. But I never really used it for damage, really, myself. Gravity. I think you can find this at, well, you find it at Cave of the Key after you beat Gynatic. I don't remember where you can find this at. I want to say Rocket Hound. I never really used gravity. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not really necessary. Enemies are generally very easy to defeat in this game. It does. It has a very poor reputation. Now, what if I told you this right here? This right here is actually a viable strat for a boss. What boss do you think is weak to gravity? There's only one boss in the entire game that is weak to gravity. Take a wild guess. I'll give you a second to take a wild guess. Any guesses, anyone? What if I told you that the Jolly Green Giant Emerald weapon is weak to gravity? So if you're not hitting max damage on Emerald weapon, you can use Gravity Elemental in your weapon slot to do double damage to Emerald weapon. Now, this does mean you're using 2 Materia slots that you could be using to level up Materia by beating Emerald weapon. Personally, I don't have issues fighting Emerald weapon. I know how to fight Emerald weapon. But for those of you struggling with Emerald weapon, you can do that. Otherwise, gravity is kinda not super great for me. Barrier. It gives you access to Barrier, which halves physical damage, and Barrier halves magic damage. Reflects up to 4 magic spells, and Wall halves physical and magic damage. So, for a normal player who does not know the ins and outs of the game, this might be an okay Materia for you. Might be. I never used it personally. Reflect is kinda not great. Reflect is better against, Sephiroth. I used Reflect in the, no Materia version through the mirror, and it is a godsend against Sephiroth. But in a normal playthrough, Reflect is kinda not great. Barrier and Barrier is kinda also not great, because you can only target one character, unless you use all Materia. And Wall's not bad, because it combines Barrier and Barrier, but like, here's the thing. If you know the game, you know about Big Guard. So you would be using Big Guard anyways, which makes the Barrier Materia kinda pointless. Comet! You can only get one Comet Materia, and that is at the Forgotten Capital. Comet is a single target, very powerful, non-elemental spell. Comet 2 is 4 hits, for slightly less damage than Comet, to random enemies. Comet 2 is honestly pretty good against bosses, if there's one boss. I used to use this in my early days, a lot, because I'm like, wow, 4 hits? Why would I not use this, you know? Nowadays, I never use Comet. It's not that it's bad, but it does cost a lot of MP. It's like 70 MP for Comet. And like 120 for comment here. It's not bad materia, especially for beginners. For beginners, I would recommend this materia. Time! I believe you could get this in Gongaga. So, haste, slow, and stop. Haste is pretty good. Not gonna lie. You're gonna generally use this for big guard if you know about it. But if you don't know about it, or, you know, have any speed drinks, which is, you know, good luck knowing about that. Haste isn't bad. The only way to mimic some form of meteor. Yeah, pretty much. So, haste isn't terrible. I prefer big guard because it's AoE, but again, if you don't know about it, then, you know, this is your only way of using haste without the sprint suit. Slow is not bad, because no enemy in the game is immune to the slow status. So slow is viable. However, if you know about the spider's silk or spider's web, you're going to use that over slow. And stop? I mean, let's be real. What game is stop ever viable in, outside of, like, specific bosses? You're not really using this for stop. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're using it mostly for haste and slow. Overall, it's okay. Mostly for haste and slow, but not really necessary. Disrupt. You could get a free one if you go to Cassandra Manor basement before you go to the Northern Continent. It gives you Deep Barrier, which removes Barrier, M Barrier, and, well, I don't need you there. Barrier, M Barrier, and Reflect? I think this removes Barrier, M Barrier, and maybe Reflect. And then it also gives you D-Spell, which works against, buffs, as well as something else, I think, and Gap. You know what? Let me look up the, Magic Materia. Let me look at the Destruct Materia. Let me look at Deep Barrier. It removes Barrier, M Barrier, Reflect, and Seal. So let me be real. This materia is useless. Because hardly any enemies use Barrier, M Barrier, or Reflect. And no enemy uses Seal. So this ability is ultimately useless. De-Spell. What if I tell you De-Spell is weird? Because it removes haste, regen, barrier, M barrier, reflect, shield, resist, and death force. So that's the only way to get rid of, like, death force and resist, but it also removes slow and stop. If I recall, Esuna doesn't do that. Let me check Esuna. Yeah, Esuna does not cure slow or stop. For whatever reason, it's on De-Spell. Which is like, but why? Why De-Spell? Why De-Spell? Give me a second. I need to see if Nimi is, streaming today. Because I haven't seen anything yet. Um, Nimmy, are you doing anything today? I'm not seeing anything. So there might not be any Nimmy today. Checking. I'm not seeing anything at all. Interesting. So I might be able to do Ultimate Areas today then. But I am gonna have to check all the doggos too, so. Has it never been able to cure time-related statuses? Really? I guess that is true, it's always been on Dispel for some reason. And then Death, you know, Instant Death. I never used this Materia, I'm gonna be real. Like, this Materia is kinda not great. Unless you do this. If you do this, then, you know, this Materia's good. Because it gives you death on your regular attack. Kahane! You can only get this by giving the white chocobo at Miguel the, Silkish green or Mimic green? I forget which, or Gasol green? One of those. And then you scratch behind its ear. So, Kahane is actually pretty good if you're a spellcaster. It gives you Freeze, which does Ice Elemental damage and Stop. Break, which does Earth Elemental damage and Petrify. Tornado, which does Wind Elemental damage and Confuse. And it's like one of the only ways to do Wind Elemental damage in the game. And Flare, which I think is Fire Elemental in this one? Okay, it is. I have to double check. You never know with Flare. Sometimes it's non-elemental, sometimes it's Fire Elemental. So, this is not a bad Materia to get. Especially for first-timers. For more experienced players, like myself, don't really need this Materia that badly. Except for Master Magic. Full Cure. You get this at Cosmo Canyon after you get the High Wind. It is in the item shop. You go in the back room to get this. So, the thing about these 3 Materias, Ultima Seal to Full Cure, you have to level it up once in order to unlock the spell. So, Full Cure restores all HP to one character. I'm gonna go check something on Full Cure. Does it also cure statuses? No, it just cures all HP. Not gonna lie, I never really used this. Like, I understand the appeal of it, but I never used Full Cure. Because, like, Cure 3 is better overall. Yeah, it's an X potion spell, like, but Cure 3 is just better, and it's cheaper. You don't really need Full Cure at any point. And you know, you get X potions like out the yin yang in this game too. So ultimately, not really a very useful Materia. Sealed. You get this at the end of the game. It's in the final dungeon. If you take the lower path, then the path for the magic pot room is in that final room. In the center of the crater, I think. So, no, wait. It's in the magic pot room itself, sorry. What this does is, it allows you to take no damage from physical and magic and absorb all elemental spells for a very brief period of time. It's basically like an invincibility spell. It's very pricey and it does not last very long. So, I'm gonna be real. Kinda not worth it. It's kinda not worth it at all. Unless you find yourself struggling, it's the precursor to Holy War. It really is. But ultimately, it's not really worth using in this game because of how short it is. You might find use for it against, like, Emerald and Ruby. Actually, it might have more value against Ruby weapon. Because you use it with Knights of Around, and you just negate Ultima, I suppose. That's about it. And then Ultima. The only way to get this is from North Korea during the huge Materia side quest. If you finish the side quest completely, you get this for free. If you do not finish the side quest, you must pay 100,000 gil to get. And I think if you let the train crash into North Korea, or you let the train get away, I forget which, you can only get the Ultima Materia by getting a couple of the huge Materia elsewhere. Either at Rocket Town or the underwater reactor, I think. I mean, it's Ultima. It does good AoE damage. I will be real though. In the early days, I did use Ultima, yes. Ultimately, though, I don't think Ultima is really that valuable in this game. It's not bad. For beginners, I would say Ultima might be good for them. But in the long run, Ultima is not really super valuable. Also, it has like the worst sound effect of all time. And it's like the worst... Yeah, the green screen. Wow, that's 180 MP. Good God. 180 MP for sealed. Behold! The green scream! As you can see, it does do pretty good damage. I mean, I'm level 99. So, I mean, it's gonna do good damage because I'm level 99. What's my stats? 150 magic. Oh! That's because I have Ragnarok on. Right, Ragnarok gives you a bunch of magic too. On the original? What do you mean on the original? On the PlayStation? I mean, this is basically the PlayStation version. So it is still the original version of Ultima. But like, it doesn't even look like Ultima, it just looks like, you know, Green Wind. Really. So you may be wondering, what is this Master Magic? Well, if you want to get a Master Magic without finding Emerald, or a, Emerald weapon, you must get at least one Master Materia for every single green Materia in the game. So all of these green Materias that I showed, you must get one Master of each of them. Then you go to Cosmo Canyon, assuming you did the green Materia quest properly. If you didn't miss any of them, you will hunt at the green huge Materia, and you will trade in all of your mastered green Materia to get a Master Magic. Highly recommended, by the way. And look more cloudy. Get it, really? I would have to look back at my, my footage. I would have to look back on that, and, I have a Magic Exhibition, so it's there, I know it is, but, yeah. So, Master Magic just supersedes all of this, because it gives you access to, you know, every single spell of the game. In a normal playthrough, you probably don't ever need this, I'm gonna be real. I mean, having access to all spells is nice, but like, by that point, you don't really need it. Because by that point, you're probably killing everything with like 4x cut and Knights of Round and stuff like that. And again, the only spells really useful on this is, I mean, Gimme Freeze Knees, Cure Free is good, Resist is good if you're not using ribbons, Life Heal is good if you don't have, Angel Whisper, Slow is good if you don't have Spider Web, and Comet Heal is okay, and then, you know, Flare's good for, like, these are good against, single targets, and even better if they're weak in the element, which they're generally not at the end of the game. And you know, Ultima's pretty solid. But like, most of the spells are kind of just not really worth using at the end of the game. So that's Master Magic. We'll be back to the blue Materia. Let's go over the yellow Materia. So Master Command. In order to get Master Command, you must master or have one Master Materia of Mind, Manipulate, Death Blow, Steal, Sense, Throw, Morph. Those are all the ones you must master in order to get a Master Command. When you get Master Command, you need to have the yellow huge Materia in order to get this. So you will get access to Steal, Sense, Death Blow, Morph, Coin, and Throw, Manipulate, and Mime. I'm gonna be real. You don't really need Master Command. Like, it's nice to have all of this. I mean, Mime is always good to have for, like, limit break spam, but, like, everything else you don't really need. I'm gonna be real. Everything else is kinda, like, superfluous by the time you get it. The best Materia in the game. Right here. This is, hands down, the best Materia in the game. You only get 4 of these. Again, you must get after you beat Sample H0510, Sample H0510, you know, the scary Resident Evil Tyrant boss. You need to beat Birkin to get it. Get it before you leave the screen, otherwise you're gonna end up missing it. The second one is that Zunon. You go to the beginner's hall there to get it. The third one is in Forgotten Capital. In the area where you can rest, it's hidden behind the bed. The last one is at the Chocobo Sage. Hot hit the Chocobo and it will spit it out. So, all of these, I think I did a sort on where to find all of these, spells. Let me go over the spells anyways. Frog Song. The earliest you can get this is for the Hutsmees outside of Gongaga. They will use this pretty much anytime you're not a frog. If you have a white cape, this is very easy to get. You can also learn it from the Toxic Frog in Temple of the Ancient and Christopher in the Northern Cave. If like Sleep a Frog, at a 100% chance, there's no miss rate on this. So Sleep Spell and Toad Spell, they do have miss rates. You're gonna want it for this. Who's messaging me? This is amazing in some spots. If you want to debilitate your enemies, this is really good to use. I use this against the Stinger in Cave of D and make it easier to deal with him. I don't think it stops special attacks though. It does stop max casting. Outside of that, I like to use it for sleep on... I don't remember where else I use it, but it is good for sleep if you want to use sleep. L4 Suicide, you can only get in 2 places. For the moves outside of the Chocobo Farm, and the trick play around the Forgotten Capital. I might have the names mixed up. Those are the only 2 ways of getting it. It has a chance, it has a 100% chance of inflicting near death and mini if the target's levels are multiple of 4. So, this very niche is a level spell, you know. This is very good in a couple areas. 1, when you're trying to skill Shinra Baitas in the cargo ship against the Marines, you can use this on them to make them do 1 damage to you. It doesn't stop their slow blind attack, but you know, it helps there. I forget if this works against the Stinger. It might. Which, if it does, it nullifies that guy. It's very good at Whirlwind Maze, because almost every enemy there, you can use, L4 Suicide on and negate them. It also works against the Malboro, if you want to beat the Malboro quickly. It does not work on any boss, so don't even try it. Walking goggles? Okay. Have fun. I'm also gonna check on my goggles real quick. So, BRB. Let me go check on the goggles. I'll leave you with the music here, so... Give me a little bit. Alright, give me just a second if you will. Alright, let me go ahead and grab this. Alright, so. Very niche spell, but very valuable for some fights. I forget if it works against. I think it works against the Dragon Song V2, maybe. So this description lies. This does not hit every enemy. It only targets one enemy. So I'm wondering if the update for Final Fantasy VII, if they're actually gonna like fit some of these descriptions. You know what? That would be really good. If they actually took the time to fix these descriptions for FF7. That would be amazing. Alright, so Magic Hammer. You can only get this from the, is it called Razor Weed? I think it's Razor Weed. These little tiny plant guys around Wu High. You need to get it from them. They're the only enemies that use it. It will drain 100 MP from the enemy and heal you that amount. Technically, you're, getting 97 MP, but A, it's a free ether for the most part. B, you're taking your enemy's MP away. As I showed in the No Items challenge run, using Magic Hammer correctly will negate some bosses. Schizo loses out on just about every attack it can do, aside from its finishing death blow. Genoka Death gets nullified. Carry Armor can't use Lapis Laser anymore if you can use that. Who else? Like, those are the big main ones that get really gimped by Magic Hammer. Most notoriously Carry Armor, because Carry Armor's a jerk. White Wing. So, we'll go over White Wing here in a second. You go get it from Semslit around Junon, you need to manipulate it. You can technically get it from Winged Wing in the Whirlwind Maze by confusing her, but I've never gotten it. So, let me tell you about White Wing. What it does is it restores HP to everyone based on the caster's current HP. And it cures statuses. So, it's a very powerful spell. Very powerful. So, what it does is it cures sleep, poison, confuse, silence, slow, stop, frog, mini, slow numb, petrify, berserk, paralyze, blind, death force, and resist. Why it cures death force and resist, I don't know. So, it says that it never misses. The thing is, I remember this missing. I remember seeing it miss. So I feel like, it lies. I feel like it lies about that. Also, for some reason, oh, I think I know why it missed. So it cures, manipulate. Why? Because it's technically a physical attack. Which doesn't... Why? Why? Also, White Wind does bypass M Barrier and Reflect. It is exceptionally good. If you're fighting a Ghost Ship, you can use White Wind on it, and it'll inflict Petrify on it. So White Wind, very powerful. This is probably the strongest White Wind in all of Final Fantasy. Midgar, barrier and haste in your party. You can only get this from the beach plug on the beaches from North Costa del Sol, and you have to manipulate them. So, getting this early on is very nice because haste that early on is very nice. Barrier is not bad. The problem, though, is because you have haste on, the barrier and M barrier don't last very long. Still, it is a very, very nice AoE buff. So I would recommend getting this. If you're struggling against specific fights, Midgar might actually be good. Angel Whisper. I'm actually gonna look at this because I'm not sure if it actually, what all statuses it cures. So, it restores all HP and max, it revives you from death to full HP, and it cures, death, sleep, poison, blind, confused, silent, slow, stop, frog, mini, petrified, slow, petrified, berserk, and paralysis. So, it is a very good enemy skill. And yes, you can get this in the no items run that I did. It is possible. You just gotta do death sentence into manipulate in order to get this from Poland Salt Hut. Poland Salt Hut is in the upper branch in the Northern Cave. It's where you'll fight Malboros and Dragon Zombies and Death Dealers. Very valuable. I would highly recommend getting this because it is cheaper than Full Life and it restores all statuses as well. So it's Full Life, Full Cure, and Esuna all rolled into one neat little package. Dragon Force. You can only really get this from the Dark Dragon at the Northern Cave by manipulating it. It increases defense and magic defense of one ally. Let me check. Is it 50%? It raises defense and magic defense to 150%. So, it raises it by 50% each time. So, you get it at the end of the game, it gives you a 50% boost. You use it twice, you got double defense and magic defense now. Honestly, not bad. Not bad. I don't know if you could get this like a no item run. I think the dragon might be immune to either death sentence or... It might be immune to death sentence. Which if it is, that's a shame because Dragon Force would be very nice to have for final fights. It's also very nice to throw on for, Emerald and Ruby, I think. Death Force makes you immune to death, and by extension, death sentence. So, you can only learn this by manipulating the Agamantamai on the beach of Wuhai. This is very good if you're having trouble with death enemies, which you will in the final dungeon. So, I forgot about the gargoyles, by the way. So, when you're fighting, like, gargoyles or scissors or, you know, anything like that that does instant death, just use Death Force. Or, if you want to use the Curse Ring, put Death Force on that character and it'll be immune. It's very cheap. Very cheap. Flamethrower. You can learn this from the, Arc Dragon in the Mithril Mines early on. Or you can also get it from the Dragon at Mount Evil. It's basically like a slightly stronger fire spell, but not as strong as Fire 2. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but like, it's not really that great either. I would still pick it up just to have it, but like, you don't really need it at all. Laser! The earliest you can get this is from the Death Claw in the Corel prison. You'll only be able to get this on 2 of the 4 enemy skill materials that early on. Otherwise, you must learn it from the Dark Dragon by manipulating it. It's basically just Demi 2, but cheaper. So the only time I mean, this is not a bad enemy skill to pop off at the start of a fight if you find an enemy that is, you know, gonna be vulnerable to it. And if you use it on like Zero Felico in the Shinra Manor, you instantly kill them. So yeah, good against that guy in particular. Otherwise, not really super great, but like, if you wanna use a cheaper Demi 2, this is better. Materia Magic does non-elemental damage to all enemies. The earliest you can get this is outside of Midgard or the Dark Zone from the custom sweepers. You can also get it from the Death Machine at Junon, and from Bullmotor from Corel Prison. This is your go-to enemy skill for the higher first continent until you get to Corel Prison. I mean, if you get this on 2 enemy skill materials, here you go. You're basically covering yourself until you get Aqualung or Bea. It's a very, very good enemy skill for early on. And if you're farming for limit breaks, this is your go-to for the limit break farming. Very good early on. It loses power by the time you get to the other continent after Mount Corel, but still not bad. Brat. You can learn this from Mount Boro on Gaia's Cliff, and if you missed it there, you can get at the Northern Cave. Not in the same area as the Dragon Zombie, Fallen Soul, Death Dealer, etc. It inflicts poison, confuse, sleep, silence, mini, and frog to all enemies. Not gonna lie, I never really used this. Mostly because, like, some of those statuses just aren't really, you know, necessary. Like, confuse is kind of pointless. Poison ain't bad, but like, half of these statuses probably aren't really gonna work on some of the enemies. How good is it really? I don't know. Because I'd rather use, like, magic breath to destroy my enemies instead of, you know, spending 58 MP on this. Beta. Fire damage to all enemies. Beta is like a single target fire 2 spell to all enemies. In fact, sometimes I feel like it's like an AoE fire 3 sometimes. Beta is strong. It's strong for a good portion of the game. And you can only learn it from the Midgard Stormer. You need to get to half health and then hit it like twice, I think, or 4 times without killing it and make it use Bea. Now, it will eject someone from the fight, so be wary of that. Beta is very valuable. If you get this as soon as you can, what you can get before you go to the Mithril Mines, but I would get it after you get to Costa del Sol, so you have a fire ring. And you know you have like elemental fire, whatnot. Maybe fire's leveled up to fire 2, so you can just nullify fire on a second character. But if you get Beta that early, you're gonna be nuking everyone until, like, freaking after the North Continent. Beta is just that good. And on the North Continent, Beta is your go-to spell, because a lot of things are weak to fire up there. You don't want to use it against Materia Keeper or Schizo. I mean, you can use it on Schizo if you don't mind healing one of the heads, but Materia Keeper heals because I don't use it on Red Dragon. Aqualung. So Aqualung is probably the next upgrade you'll get from Max Magic, realistically. You'll get this from the Harpy around the desert of the Grell prison. Getting it that early is scary because Harpies hurt. Aqualung hurts. You might die. I'm just saying, you might die trying to get this. But it's very good when you get early on. You can also learn it from Zenova Life at the Forgotten Capital. And you can learn it from the Serpent. You will have to learn it from the Serpent in order to get the Aqualung from the 4th enemy skill Materia. Hardly anything is resistant or absorbs or nullifies water. So Aqualung overall is probably better than Beta, if I'm being honest. Trine. Lightning damage to all enemies. This is weaker than Beta and Aqualung, but if you're gonna be fighting a bunch of mechanical enemies, Trine is a very good skill again. The earliest you can learn this from Materia Keeper, when he's below half health. You can also learn it from Go-Go at the Root Hypergoga, and Stilva at Gaia's Cliff. Keep in mind, you can permanently miss this enemy skill if you do not get it. So if you want to get on all 4 enemy skills, don't do the Root Hypergoga until you get the 4th enemy skill. Magic Breath. Fire, ice, and lightning damage to all enemies. It does a lot of damage. It's very strong. However, if an enemy is absorbs or nullifies one of these elements, it negates the whole spell. So you gotta be careful on who you pick this on. But if they don't, negate or absorb any of it, this is a pretty good spell to use. This is gonna destroy almost everything in the Midgard raid. Like, outright just gonna kill everything. You will learn this from Stilva at Gaia's Cliff. If you miss it there, you can learn it from the Parasite at, the North Cave. You can manipulate them to get this. This enemy skill is just, it's a minus strike. Does damage equal to the difference in your max HP and current HP. In a challenge run, this is really good. Especially if you get your HP. If you get your HP high enough, in general, with HP plus Materias, this might out-damage your, anything else you do if your HP is low enough. This is honestly very good, depending on how you handle it. Now, the fun thing about this is actually physical damage. So if you have a cover Materia on and one of your characters gets hit by this, they may cover this, so be wary of that. Goblin, and if you want to learn this, you can learn it from Jersey's Cassandra Manor, the best way of doing it, or Behemoths at Midgard and Disc 2. Goblin Punch. It doesn't really do that much damage. I think it does damage equal to your weapon power, or maybe less than that. But if your level is equal to that target's level, it does like times 6 or times 8 damage. Which, good luck doing that. And you can only learn this from the Goblin on Goblin Island, which requires either the Highwind or the Gold Chocobo reads. Overall, I never used this. I mean, it costs no MP to use, but like, at the point in the game that you get this, like, there's no reason to use it, if I'm being honest. Chocobuckle. So, in order to get this, the easiest way to get this is around the Chocobo farm, I believe. To get this specific enemy formation, I think it's like 2 leprechauns with a Chocobo. The Chocobo has to be level 16, so you can use, you need to use L4 Suicide in order to get it. But to do that, you must use a green on it to unlock the Chocobuckle, and then use L4 Suicide and make it use Chocobuckle on your entire party. So what does this do? It does damage to an enemy equal to the number of times you have ran away. So if you ran away 2,000 times, it'll do 2,000 damage. If you want to get lucky 7s easily, without having to do like materia manipulation, you have to run away 2,222 times. So that you can do enough damage at 9999 HP to put you at 7777 HP. It's a way of doing it, but it's a pain in the butt. L5 death. Level 5 death causes instant death to targets with levels multiple of 5. You can only learn this with Parasite by manipulating it at the Northern Cave. Useless spell, because you get it at the end of the game. It's useless. You're never going to use this. Death Sentence. It does a 60-second timer on one enemy. The earliest you can learn this is from the Sneaky Step and Gee Spectre in the Cave of the Gee. If you miss it there, you can learn it from the Bound Fat enemy at around the Forgotten Capital. So, Doom overall is pretty much useless for the most part. If you want to fight the Agamantamine without triggering its counters, this is the way of doing it. And this is your way of getting dragon scales if the no it ain't. Never mind, ignore me. This is how you also get Hiva broken, if you know how to do a setup with the power soul. Once you get the curse ring, you no longer need this though. Roulette. Instant death of one enemy or ally at random. By default, always useless. And even more useless because you get it at the end of the game, or the Death Dealer in the Northern Cave. Ultimately, one of the most useless enemy skills in the game. If not the most useless enemy skill. Shadow Flare. Massive non-elemental damage to one enemy. I like getting Shadow Flare for ultimate weapon. In order to get it, you must fight ultimate weapon at Cosmo Canyon. I put all the enemy skill materials on one character, usually Cloud, and then I put a reflect range on Cloud. So, Cloud kills ultimate weapon, he uses Shadow Flare, it'll hit Cloud and bounce off and not damage him, but you'll still learn Shadow Flare on all 4 enemy skills. If you miss it from ultimate weapon, don't fret. You can learn it from Dragon Zombies in the Northern Cave. And you can learn it from Safer Sephiroth, but meh. This is a very strong single target spell. It's very good. Even better if you're a spell slinger. Now granted, you can't multicast any of these, but it's still a very, very strong spell, not gonna lie. And the myth, the legend, the mystical Pandora's box. So, it ignores defense, it says. How much does it ignore? Does it ignore it all? Pandora's box. Let us look at the mechanics of Pandora's box. So, it does damage equal to 3.3 the base max damage. Interesting. It can't be reflected? Wait, it can be reflected? And it ignores their max defense. It does ignore magic defense. So that means you can use this against Ruby Weapon. Oh. So this is actually good against Ruby Weapon. I didn't know you can reflect this at all. Also, apparently use the Pandora's box on some enemies may duplicate their models. No duh! I saw that. I have seen that. I don't know if that happens with the original version of PlayStation, but I have seen that. So, this is a very strong spell. It's not as strong as Shadow Flip, where it hits all enemies. It ignores magic defense, meaning this is invaluable fighting Ruby Weapon. If you want to try to fight Ruby Weapon without seizing it. I didn't know it ignored magic defense. Huh. And then you can min-max using like hero strength too. So there's all the enemy skill. Pandora's box. And learn this. You get one chance. Only one. The Dragon Zombie has this. When you kill the Dragon Zombie, it will only use this one time only. So if you don't have all 4 enemy skill materials on, you can't get it on all of them. Additionally, if the first Dragon Zombie you kill gets petrified, it will never use this ever again as well. So that is enemy skill. Again, I have a sword on this if you need a more in-depth guide of what the enemies look like and whatnot. So, it's like a 3-minute sword if you need a guide. Mime! You can only get this at the Materia cave around... I think it's North Corral. It just mimics the last action taken, including limit breaks. If the character mimes their own limit break, they can just use it for free. So, if you want to, you can make Cloud go Omni Slash, Omni Slash, Omni Slash, Omni Slash, as long as no other action is taken. Manipulate. You can buy this starting around, Kate Ziff starts with this. I think you can buy more on this too around Rocket Hound and Fort Condor. It lets you take control of an enemy. It's the control ability. This is how you get some of the enemy skills. Some of them's way easier to get, others you only get this way. Death Force, Dragon Force, Magic Hammer, Big Guard, White Wind, L5 Death, Angel Whisper. Those are all spells you need to like manipulate to get. Death Blow. I think it has a 33% accuracy, but it does like double damage if you hit with it. It's a physical attack, single target. You find it in Gongaga, but I think you can also buy it at the same place as Manipulate. Morph, I believe you can buy at Fort Condor, but the first one you want to pick up at, Temple of the Ancients. It reduces the amount of damage you do in like 1/116. It makes it really, really small. Yuffie's Conformer ignores that, so if you're gonna go around morphing stuff, use Yuffie with Conformer. It turns an enemy that you kill into an item. This is how you farm sources. And this is also how you get, like, additional ribbons and stuff like that. Ultimately, though, you're not really going to use that much. Throw! At level 1, you only get throw, so you can throw weapons for damage, which is like, why would you ever do that? And then at level 2, you get coin. So, coin is an interesting ability in this game. So, the amount of damage dealt is based on a tenth of the gil spent, divided equally among enemies. So, the highest you could go is 600,000, I believe. If I believe. I believe it's 600,000. So, in my no item run, I was worried about Hojo. I didn't use it in my run years and years ago. This is how I beat Hojo. By throwing a lot of money. I spent time to get a whole bunch of ultimate areas leveled up so I could get a bunch of money to throw. Because that is... It is the easiest way early on to do 9999 or max damage. Especially if you're mastering ultimate areas. Granted, it does cost a crap ton of money, but it's a good way of getting damage if you're not afraid of throwing money. I did pay him for the max. He got paid a lot. And even with that, Hojo almost won anyways. I was on the last turn before he would have killed me. Suns lets you see the enemy's HP, MP, all that stuff. Suns is kind of useless. I never use this Materia. It's not worth anything. I mean, for a first timer, you might use this if you want to see an enemy's elemental status and stuff, but like overall, it's not that useful. When you do use this, if you hit select after you use it, you can see your enemy's HP for the rest of the fight. Skill lets you steal. Simple as that. Monk lets you hack and do physical damage, so a regular act that you get is steal. Honestly, skill is good. Early on, if you steal ethers, that's a great way of making money. Like an amazing way of making money. Later on, skill becomes a little bit less useful, but you can steal weapons and armors and accessories, so it's still valuable throughout the game. And some equipment you can only get through stealing, so you better keep that steal on hand. You never know when you want to get Huff Rank or Cygric or Minerva Band. And then we have the W stuff. Reminder, W, I think this is a Japanese thing. W means double. Just like the X means cross. So, double item allows you to use 2 different items in the same turn. There is a glitch with this called double item glitch, where you can duplicate items and max them out. This is the only way of maxing out some items, like the dragon thing. Double summon lets you cast 2 summons at the same turn, and double magic lets you cast 2 spells at the same turn. Double item you get in the Midgard Raid. If you miss it there, you can pick it up in Bone Village, apparently. Double summon you get at the Ballerina after you get the High Wind. You need to get double summon in Omni Slash to do the special fight. And double magic is in the final dungeon. It's hidden at the top of the room, in the same room that you get the counter Materia, I think. And then double cut. Broken as double cut. Also, welcome back, Melty. You get this in the Sunken Galnica. So you start with 2x cut, which is just 2 regular attacks in 1 enemy. And then you level it up to 4x cut, which is 4 regular attacks and random enemies. If there's only 1 enemy, it takes 4 regular attacks. Very, very powerful Materia. Very, very powerful Materia. You should be using this. And Slash All, which is found in the Ancient Forest. So Slash All does physical damage to all enemies. I think it's reduced physical damage. And Flash tries to do instant death to all enemies. I never used this Materia. This Materia kinda isn't really that great. Also, if you have double cut and Slash All on at the same time, Slash All takes priority over double cut, I believe. You cannot combine these to do like 4x cut all or whatnot. And that's all the command materia. Now we're gonna go over the independent materia. HP swap MP. This is the materia that's around wound high, I believe, right? Yeah, I think it's around wound high. It might be at wound high, it might be at North Corral in one of the hidden caves. It switches your HP and MP, like so. I'm gonna be real. I don't see the point of this materia. I really don't. Because anything's gonna kill you in one hit, probably. So, what's the point of this materia? I don't know. I have no idea. Also, there's no master support and no master independent materia. Probably for better. Underwater. You get this from the Calm trader at Calm by giving him a guesser or a guidebook. To get the guidebook, you must morph the ghost ship, which you can do in Battle Arena or in the underwater reactor. All it does is remove the shield of them, and then like I guess you can, but like I don't know, it still just seems that valuable, you know. So all this materia does is it removes the countdown during the Emerald Weapon fight. And I'll be real, you don't really need this, like, at all. If you're a first-time player, then, sure, go for it. But you don't really need this. By the way, you can get this materia up to ridiculous AP cost. It does not affect Barrett's missing score. And if you hit over a certain value, it will reset to 0, which is like 4 million or some AP, so, yeah. Cover. Protect an ally that's being physically attacked. Each level is 20%, so level 1 is 20, level 4 is 40, etc, etc. You can stack this up at 255%. If you go above 255%, it resets it to like 0. I'm gonna be honest, I never really used the cover materia. Like, I don't use the cover ability, it's just not really necessary, in all honesty. But, if you do want to use this, I would highly recommend using it on someone like Barrett, Vincent, or Yuffie, because they're usually in the back row. So they're going to be taking half damage from physicals anyways, and if you give them the Sagnus status, they're taking 33% less damage too. So there's a strategy for you guys if you want to utilize the cover materia. Yeah, cover in general is usually bad. Counterattack! 20% saves a counter every level, so at max you always counter physical damage. So, before I forget, cover you can buy at Walmart. Counterattack, you get this from VTuber Materia Keeper. You could get more of these from the Chocobo Square, or the Chocobo races, if I recall. So, this materia's good. You may be thinking, what's one single counterattack gonna do? Well, yeah, cover counter is good. Let me get to that. I will get to that. Here's the thing about this game. It has a limit on counters. So counterattack and the counter materia set a max counter. They all share the counter limit. The max amount of times you can counterattack in a single turn is 8. So, what happens if you put a whole bunch of counterattack materia on? If you put 8 master counterattack materials on, and you get hit by a physical attack, you are countering 8 times in a row. No, it does not work with 2x. You will only do a single attack. But you do a single attack up to 8 times with 8 master counterattacks. Now, is that a waste of materia slots? It depends on how you want to build your party. In the battle arena, this is godlike. It's actually very godlike. Against emerald weapon, this might actually be very godlike. But if you're doing that against emerald weapon, you're wasting materia slots for leveling up materia and whatnot. And you can use it with cover, so you cover against counter against physicals. Now, Mega All Materia, you only find this in the Northern Cave. You can duplicate this using UV, I think, or Red 13, but like, there's no reason to do that. It basically puts the all effects on every action, so, I do believe what this does, it gives you 5x, it gives you, like, all materia for all your spells without having to equip all of the master magic. No, it does not work with counter. I wonder. No, I don't think it works that way. No, it doesn't work that way. So Mega All. Here's the thing about Mega All. It says it in every action. So all magic materia or magic spells that can normally work with all materia gets this. In addition, this works on double cut, so double cut becomes slash all. It works on steel. It works on sense. Throw. Actually, does it work off throw? I don't know. Morph. That's the important one. I don't know if it works on death blow. You know, there is one way to find out. Let's find out. Let's find out if it works on some of these command materia. Yep, slash all. It does not work on throw. It does work on morph, death blow, and manipulate. You can manipulate all enemies? How? I guess it only fits one random enemy to manipulate. But, Mega All with Morph is got here for Yuffie. You give Mega All, Morph, and Conformer to Yuffie, and she is going to hit every enemy with Morph. Which is really, really good. If you're into leveling up materia. Long range. You can only find this in the mithril mines. It makes your physical attack be long range. So it lets you use regular attack against like ultimate weapon when he's flying. Bombs well. Giant bird like the Sioux. There's not many enemies that you have to worry about with long range. But this does mean if you're in the back row, you're gonna do full damage with physicals in the back row. Meaning, you can put a Cloud in the back row with this, and you're taking half damage with physicals. So, this is a very good materia for Cloud, Tifa, Sig, Kate Sif, and Red 13. So you can put them in the back row, and they're gonna take, you know, half damage from physicals. very good materia. Preemptive. You get this materia from the... I think the Battle Square has this. I think it's Battle Square. It just increases the rate of preemptive attacks. Let me check, preemptive. Let me see the mechanics. So level 1 is 6%, level 2 is 9, 11 at 3, 13 at 4, and 19 at 5. You can stack it up to 33% max. And it also, at max level... What? So it halves the chance of you being ambushed or back attacked if it's equipped on the third character in your party. Huh? What? I never knew that. I never knew that was a mechanic. Okay, I guess. I mean, I guess. That is a really weird mechanic. So, you see this materia? When it is mastered, it halves the chances of you being ambushed or back attacked. But, you must equip it on the third character in your party for that effect to happen. Why? Why is that a mechanic? Chocobo lure. You can only get 2 of these. You buy it from, Chocobo Billy at the Chocobo Farm for 1,000 gil. Yeah, nobody's gonna know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, and I've worked on the wiki for years. I forgot that I didn't know that. So yeah, you can buy this for 1,000 gil from Chocobo Billy. I would recommend that. You can also get a second one if you revisit the farm on disc 2. It'll be at the far right of the, Chocobo pen at the south. So it just increases the chance of, you know, running into Chocobos. That's all it does. Enemy lure. Increases the counter rate. You get enemy lure and enemy away from, the speed square, I think. Wait a minute. Let me find out. Enemy lure. They're both with battle... Oh, wait. Enemy lures with battle square. Enemy away, I think it's from... Yeah, the Chocobo racing. So, enemy lure. Okay, so... Level 1 increases the counter rates by 43.75%. Level 2 is 87.5%. Level 3 does that, but it can stack up 200%. On the world map, the counter rate is double if it is greater than 100%, granting a maximum possible encounter rate of 400%. Oh my god. That is absolutely insane. An enemy away reduces it by 43.75% at level 1, 87.5% at level 2 and 3, and, yeah, that's really all it does. So, enemy lure and enemy away, I mean, if you want to fight, if you're grinding, you might as well use this. Enemy away is kind of nice, but I feel like you're not really going to get this very easily. Not, at least not until, like, later in the game. But these are, you know, they're not bad. Useful for grinding, useful if you don't want to fight things. Guild Plus. Which one is this? Is this one the 1000 or 2000? Okay, so Guild Plus is the 1000 GPIM. EXP Plus is the 2000 GPIM. Both of these are in the, Wonder Square, so you're gonna get them both there. So, EXP Plus gives you 50% at level 1, and, double at level 2. For EXP. Guild Plus gives you, double guild regardless of what level. No, EXP... Does it stack? You know what? I want to know. It does not tell me if it actually stacks. You know? Oh, no, it does not stack. Nope, it doesn't stack. That's the same. So no, it does not stack. I mean, it's still good for leveling up. You're only going to get really one at a time, so unless you master it, you're not going to be able to, you know, level up people fast. Guild Plus also does not stack. Unfortunately. It would be nice because it would make the guild achievement a lot easier, but you know. Luck Plus, you get this at have a look at Ancients. If you miss it there, you can no longer get this. It increases luck by 10% per level. I'm gonna be real. I don't really use this very much at all. Like, I use it just to level it up, but like, luck generally doesn't, you don't really get high enough luck for this to really matter, I feel. It might work better if you go with the, Choker Bracelet and like, I mean, some of them are good, like, Guild Plus is good if you need money, EXP Plus is nice, Magic Plus is good. You can only get one of these. This is in the Coral Valley after the Forgotten Capital. Increases magic by 10% per level. So this is pretty decent for on someone who's slinging spells around. Especially if you get a circlet. If you get a circlet or the curse ring, this is really good on them. Speed Plus. You get this at the Battle Square. Increases dexterity by 10% per level. This one I feel like is a little bit of a wasted slot. I feel like you're not going to get very much out of this materia. Also, these materia right here, all of these, all the way to MP+, they do stack to 100%. So you can, like, double magic, double speed, double luck, double HP. Of course, as you can see from Cloud, at max level, he already has, like, close to max HP. HP Plus. You can start buying HP MP Plus at Cosmo Canyon. They're 8,000 gil apiece. You can get an early HP Plus at Junon during the Rufus Send-Off. If you get, like, a little bit less than 100 points. I think it's, like, 89 to 100 points. I would recommend that over the Force Stealer, just because of, you know, its early HP Plus. These are, the HP Plus, very, very good. They're very good. Because I'll be real, early on, you don't really get very much HP. This really helps alleviate the HP issue. If you could get 2 per character, so that's like 6 overall, that's gonna help you a lot. And honestly, I would recommend that because HP Plus is pretty good. MP Plus, I mean, it's not bad, don't get me wrong. But I feel like if you're gonna go between HP and MP, I think HP is better than MP, in all honesty. I mean, if you're throwing spells all over the place, then MP Plus might be worth investing in, but overall, HP better. So that's all of the independent materia. Summon materia. So, the amount of times you get to summon them is dependent. It depends on the level. If they're 1 star, you get 1 use. I mean, the only point for MP Plus is that's gonna give you like 999 HP, which, meh, it's not really helping you. So if you have like mastered summon materia, you get 5 uses of that summon per fight. So, Chocobo here. And all of these summon materias are 1 time only. For Chocobo, if you opt the Chocobos outside the Chocobo pen at the Chocobo farm and choose the work, the bomb option, you'll do a little dance and you'll get this materia. How are you supposed to know that? I don't know. Once you get the Guess Who, I don't think you can get this anymore. So Chocobo is interesting. Most of the time you're gonna see Death Blow, which does non-elemental damage, I think. It says wind, but it's non-elemental damage, I think. And it inflicts stop to all enemies. What if I hold you as a second summon on here? So, this materia is mimicking the Chocobo materia in previous game. In that, you can also get a Fat Chocobo with this. You can actually get Fat Chocobo. So it's a 15-16 chance to get Deathblow, and a 1-16 chance to get Fat Chocobo. Oh, it is Wind Elemental, I'm sorry. So, Fat Chocobo, is a little bit stronger, and it just does non-elemental damage to all enemies. Oh, never mind, it's non-elemental all around. The default summon has a 40% chance of inflicting stop. I mean, it's not bad, but like, I don't really use summons in this game outside of Bahamut's. And Knights of Around, but who doesn't use Knights of Around? Sigma! You only get this if you save Priscilla at Junin. If you fail to save Priscilla, you cannot get this materia. And she just does ice elemental damage to all enemies. Ifrit! Fire elemental damage to all enemies, that's it. You get this after you defeat Genoka Barf on the cargo ship. If you leave without picking this up, you can no longer get it. Ramu! Lightning damage to all enemies. You pick this up the first time you go up Chocobo Square. When you're trying to win your freedom from Corel prison, and you're in the little Chocobo jockey area, if you do not pick this up there, you can no longer get it. Earth elemental damage to all enemies. A very useless summon for the most part. You find this at the ruined reactor in Gongaga. One of the rare summon materials you cannot miss. Odin will either do single target physical damage on one enemy if he cannot use Son Hetsukin, or he will use steel-bladed sword. Sorry, well, it's called Gun's Lance for Gunir, and steel-bladed sword for Son Hetsukin. Son Hetsukin is actually amazing. It has a 92% chance of doing instant death. Oh my god. So Ogun's actually very scary. Holy crap. 52% chance of instant death. You get this by defeating, lost number. Leviathan, water damage to all enemies. One of the few ways of doing water damage. You get this by defeating Go-Go at Woot High. It's not bad summon for the simple fact that, nobody really is immune or absorbs water. There's a couple, but, they're not really worth mentioning. Bahamut! You get this after defeating the Red Dragon at Temple of the Ancients. If you do not pick this up immediately, it's gone. Bahamut is amazing. He ignores magic defense. So he is gonna hit like a truck. Definitely my favorite summon. And he's a dragon. Dragons are cool, right? 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 Dragons are cool, right? That's right. Dragons are cool. Kujaha. I think Kujaha does fire, ice, lightning damage to all enemies. Let me look at that. Kujaha is a weird one, because it looks like he does earth too, and he does fire, ice, lightning. It looks like he does earth, but it's not earth. So he's like magic breath. If an enemy absorbs or nullifies one of the elements, it ruins the entire attack. You find this in the sleeping forest. It's moving around randomly, so you gotta be quick to pick it up. Ultimately, not really a very good summon. I'm gonna be real. Alexander does holy elemental damage. The only thing in the entire game to do holy elemental damage. I don't think anything negates or absorbs holy either, so Alexander's a pretty solid summon. To get Alexander, you must be a great glazer. You must touch the hot screen and then go to the area, the big overworld map where the map swings around. Go at the far east side, so go north until you hit the cave, and go east from the entrance. Or, go to, let's say that the entrance to the cave is facing you. You go east. If it's facing away from you, like to the north, go west. Until you get to, a cave. And inside the cave, you touch the lady with the hot spring water. Yes, touch the lady with your hot hands. And then you fight a snow and you'll get Alexander. Not a bad summon because, nothing really resists or absorbs holy. Phoenix! You get Phoenix for completing the Fort Condor, huge Materia quest. If you lose to the boss there, you can no longer get Phoenix. I think you can get Phoenix if, you get it up at the Bone Village. But if you lose the Fort Condor huge Materia side quest, you no longer can go to Fort Condor. So don't lose. It does fire elemental damage to all enemies, I think. And it does full life to your party. Yeah, you can get holy with, elemental materia with Alexander does give you holy. Phoenix is not a bad summon. It's a very solid summon to keep on hand. It's life here for the party. Neo Bahamut. You get this at the Whirlwind Maze. If you miss it, it's gone forever. And if you miss either Bahamut or Neo Bahamut, you cannot get Bahamut Zero. If you miss any of the huge materia as well, you cannot get Bahamut Zero. I think. Actually, I think you can get up Bahamut Zero at Bone Village if you miss it. Neo Bahamut's just a better Bahamut. I use Bahamut and Neo Bahamut because it ignores magic defense. Why not use them? They do a lot of damage. Hades! You will find this at the Sunk of Galnica. So, Hades is interesting. Because Hades is, like bad breath, but non-elemental damage. It has a 100% chance to inflict sleep, poison, confuse, silence, frog, mini, slow, and paralyze all enemies not immune to it. So, yeah, I mean, Hades is cool, but like, it's just not really worth using. I mean, he does do good damage, though. He does do pretty good damage. Typhoon! Called back in Final Fantasy VI. Very cool. Typhoon does fire, ice, lightning, and earth damage, and ignores magic defense. So he's like upgraded magic breath. But you know the problem with that. If you absorb or are immune to one of the elements, it negates the whole thing. So Typhoon's not really that good. Unfortunately, you will find Typhoon in the Ancient Forest. Bahamut Zero. I already told you how to get this. You need Bahamut and Neo Bahamut and all of the huge materia to get this. You check the giant blue materia when you have Bahamut and Neo Bahamut. Otherwise, I think you could get this up in Bone Village if you miss it. Non-elemental damage that ignores magic defense. Better Neo Bahamut. Highly recommend this. Have all 3 Bahamuts on standby. They're all good. It's just a very long animation. The most broken summon in any Final Fantasy game. Until you get a Final Fantasy X for obvious reasons. This is the ultimate summon of Final Fantasy. Yeah, if you've never, ever heard of Knights of the Round, I don't know how you avoided spoilers for Final Fantasy VII. Or Final Fantasy in general. Knights of the Round does more damage than Omnislash. How much damage? Actually, does it do more damage, Knights of the Round? It ignores magic, it does 13 hits. And ignores magic defense. It ignores magic defense! 13 hits! 13 hits, guys. If you do 9,999 times 13, that's 103,000 damage you're effectively doing. 103,000 damage in a single turn. This is how you deal with Ruby weapon and whatnot. 4,000? Yeah, it's like, bro. Knights of the Round is insane. If you're gonna get this, you need a gold chocobo. You need to go to the most northeastern part of the map to a solitary island to get Knights of the Round. It takes 500,000 AP to master this materia. Which is important, because to get Master Summon, you need all of the summon materia and 1 master version of each of these materia. So, Master Summon gives you unlimited usage of all the summons. Unlimited usage. very, very powerful and very, very broken. The way you did was beat Emerald Trade for Silk Broken last act rupees. I mean, by the time you beat Emerald Weapon, you got Master Summon. So, like, yeah. You don't even really need more than one Master Summon, in all honesty. And you'll get Master Command, so you can use Master Command and get the Mind Materia. So you don't need any, you don't really need the other knights around. And lastly, Support Materia. The Support Materia. These are your passive abilities of sorts. They're like extra bonuses. So, Quadra Magic. This is in the cave. That requires a green chocobo, I believe, in order to get down to where the cave is, around Miguel. You can't seize your way there with the highway to get this early. So, Quadra Magic lets you use paired magic 4 times. So now, it lets you use it 4 times up to the level of the Quadra Magic. And that's for all materia, I believe. Yep, it's for all materia. Warning! Do not do this with Emerald Weapon or Bizarro Sephiroth. If you use Ultima, Quadra Magic Ultima or Bizarro Sephiroth, you will soft lock the game. And on Emerald Weapon, if you use Quadra Magic Ultima and I think HP Absorb, it will soft lock the game, I think. In addition, this applies to Master Summon. I am hitting all the wrong buttons. So, this allows you to quadcast all summons 4 times, except Knights of Round. They were smart enough to not allow that. So all the way up to Comet 0. Alright, so that's Quadra Magic. Skill as well. You will find this in Woot High. You need the Leviathan skills to get this. So whenever you use compared materia, it will attempt to steal. So this means all magic it will attempt to steal. Some of the commands it will attempt to steal. So Death Blow, Morph Throw, Steal, I believe. Summons it will attempt to steal on. Fun fact. Can you see this Master Command Steal? You see Master Command Steal? What do you think happens if you do Master Command Steal? Any idea? As you saw, there is no mug. But it's effectively mug on a regular attack. You just don't need the mug ability. So that's what skill as well does. If you put it on Master Command, all regular, all commands will get this, including regular and items. I believe even items get this, so like grenades or elixirs will also attempt to steal. Honestly, I never use steal as well, because there's no reason to for the most part. If you're trying to steal, you generally don't want to do damage anyway. So I never really use this materia. active cut. So when you use and whatever it's paired with, so like a spell, a command, summon, it will do one regular attack. You will find this in Great Glacier. If you go along the pathway that leads to the hot spring and go to the upper right, you will find this hidden in the snow. So, do you want to see something funny? What if you put active cut on Master Command? Right? If you put active cut on Master Command, what happens? Hey, Yuffie, I think I need to heal you. Let me heal you, Yuffie. Here, have an X potion, Yuffie. Now die, Yuffie. So, it works on Master Command. But you see the problem with it working with Master Command. If you use the item command this way, it's gonna make you do a regular attack on the last person that it targets. If you use a regular attack, I think it gives you additional attack too. So you can use this with like 4x cut and get like 5x cut, I believe. Active cut is very nice to use with like Death Blow. Especially if you use it with like Tifa or Vincent, who have 255% accurate attacks. Not a bad deal. And it's not bad to use with like anything that does damage in general. Just don't use it with like, you know, Master Command if you don't want to have items get you killed. Final attack. This is your reward for beating the special battle arena. The first time you beat it, you will get this materia. So, this allows you to use whatever magic or command or summon materia you have the moment you die. Up to, it'll use it X amount of times, I believe, before you can't do it anymore. Let me go check that. Support materia. Or is it a chance of an activating? Let me find out. Yeah, it's it uses the link materia up to the level. So if you have 1 star, you'll only do final attack once. If you have 5 stars, it'll do it 5 times. The best way of using this actually doesn't work with Knights of Around. If linked to Life or Phoenix, it revives the holder or the whole party. Magic and summons will fail if the user does not have sufficient MP at the time of death. If it's on Master, Magic, Summon, or Command, a random option is selected. So I guess you could do this with Knights of Around. But the best option for this is with Phoenix. Final Attack Phoenix is an amazing option to revive everyone if they die. Hopefully the person with Final Attack Phoenix is the last one to die, though. You will definitely want this for like Emerald and Ruby, for the most part. Sneak Attack. You will get this from the, Chocobo Square? Chocobo Racing? It gives you a % chance each level to attack preemptively with the materia. So, Magic Command, Summon. I like doing, so here's my setup. Here's the setup I do with Yuffie. So my setup for farming with Yuffie, for morphing, sneak attack, morph, and make it all. That way you'll hit every enemy at the same time. Now, you generally won't have sneak attack until like the end of the game, because this is like an S rank chocobo racing materia. And honestly, I never really use this. Now, it's funny to get into a fight and immediately cast Knights of the Round. Just like, oh, we're fighting Knights of the Round. Active effect. You can only get one of these, and it's like the Cave of the Yi. So, it gives the materia status like a weapon or armor. So, usually you're not getting that. So let's go active effect. Let's say we put on Master Magic. It's not gonna do anything, right? Right. Let's take a look at the materia. So, Cane. Does it do anything with Cane? It gives you Confuse, Stop, and Petrify. Sneak Attack plus Destruct. You mean Sneak Attack plus Ogun? Because remember, Sneak Attack is gonna pick a random option. So it might do D-Barrier or D-Spell, I think. But yeah, active effect with Cane materia gives you Confuse, Stop, Petrify. Not really that useful, I feel. However, this right here, this is very useful. So, active effect with Destruct, you can give your regular axe instant death, or you can put on your armor for immunity to death. Now, death is not really that common until like later in the game at the final dungeon. So, putting it on your attack might be good. However, if you're gonna do this, I beseech you, make sure that whoever does this has immunity to confusion. Please make sure you have immunity to confusion. Because you'll want your confused out-of-effect death user to hit you. I never really give this that much because, I don't know what the odds of the out-of-effect is. Let me check. 20% chance of it, working on weapons. And not be fine undead, yes. So it's a 20% chance that this will kick in for whatever it's equipped on. It's a weapon only. If it's like armor, it makes you immune to that outright. Time. It gives you slow and stop on your attack. However, what if I told you, if you put it on armor, oh, it doesn't make you immune to haste. I thought it did. Never mind. I thought it made you immune to haste. Put this on poison gives you poison in your attack and defense, so that's not bad. Transform will give you Hogue and Mini, which isn't really that bad. It's honestly not super bad. 20% chance of going off. So this is gonna be Confused and Berserk, which I mean, kinda not really that valuable, I feel. And this is gonna be Sleep and Silence, which I mean, also not really that valuable, in my opinion. Again, none of those really matter. It doesn't really matter with, any of these. These don't do anything. Summons, though. Chocomog over here will give you Stop. So that's good. Give me a second. Let me check the, page. Oh, wait, it's right there. Okay, so it also works with who other summons. So Ogun. Ogun is a good one because Ogun is like destruct. So there's death. Here's the big important one. Once you get Hades, you're gonna want this for your armor more than likely. Because Hades gives you Sleep, Poison, Confuse, Silence, Hone, and Mini. And this also works on armor. So you don't get the Petrify immunity, but like, who cares? Berserk, who cares? Paralyzed, Darkness, who cares? It gives you the more important stuff. So this is like a Swago ribbon, which is honestly very nice. And if you put it on your weapon, you can inflict all of this, which, I mean, is less valuable, but having it on your armor is very good. Also, oh no, this for this. Elemental. It will add the element to your weapon, or if you have it on your armor, it will either half it if it's level 1, nullify it if it's level 2, absorb it if it's level 3 or higher. So, Elemental is very nice because it gives you access to elements. Does Cain give you anything? No, Cain does not. So, Gravity will give you Gravity. Poison for this. Lightning, Earth, Ice, and Fire for those. Fun fact, if you equip these two, it will give you access to something called the Hidden Element. Now, this means absolutely nothing for physical acts. It only matters in armor. And it only matters against ultimate weapon. Because Ultimate Beam is a hidden elemental attack. If you have this in your armor, you will either half, negate, or absorb Ultimate Beam if you put elemental with a non-elemental materia. I don't know why that is. That seems like a really weird mechanic, but it is what it is. And then this gives you wind, ice, fire, lightning, earth, water, holy, fire, you know. These all give you just elements. The standard elements. If you want to get the elemental materia, the first one you get for getting Domino's password correct on the first try in the Simra building. The next one is at Mountain Evil, is where you saw the materia found in the flashback. The third one is at Tifa's house. When you're controlling Tifa, you play the main theme of Final Fantasy VII there, and you'll get the elemental materia. This and the first one at Midgard are the only missable ones, so don't miss them if you want multiple elemental materia. HP Absorb. You can get two of these. The first one is from Yuffie's side quest in Loot High. You must do this, I believe, before the Midgard raid, I think. It's either that or before the huge materia side quest. Otherwise, you can't get the one at Loot High, I think. The other one is in the North Crater, or Northern Cave, rather. It allows you to absorb HP when you use a magic command or summon materia. If you use this with a master command, your regular attack will now drain HP, or it will absorb HP. So that's a little buggy. And then MP absorbs the same thing, but with MP. I believe you get this at... I think you get this at Loot High as well. You absorb 10%, you regain 10% of the damage inflicted. Yeah, it works with Master Command. And MP Absorb works with the same stuff. And it's 1% of the damage inflicted you restore as MP. So, both of these are kinda good. And it doesn't matter what level they are. If you use them with the right Materias, these are very nice. So they work with all magic and summon Materia. Steal, Sense, Throw, Morph, Death Blow, Manipulate, Mime, and Master Command. Master Command allows it to work on items and regular attacks. So, there you go. There's your free healing. If you're using regular attacks. So, it's good at the end of the game. Throughout the game, I don't know how useful it actually is. It might be useful for sustaining a little bit. A little bit. It depends on the amount of damage you do. If you do 1,000 damage, you're restoring like 100 HP or 10 MP. If you do max damage, that's 999 HP or 99 MP. So, it's not terrible. It's honestly not bad. I never use it because I got my own way of playing. About MP Absorb, someone said that if you pair it with me, it's like having an elixir that revives you. Really? An elixir for the person, or, does the person have to be dead? I'm gonna try it with the person dead. Let me go ahead and get rid of you. I'm gonna try something. If it's for like final attack, I'm gonna check that out too. We're gonna do Phoenix Flame. Oh, it's because it does damage to the enemy. I don't know if it's like elixir, because like it has to be based on damage to the enemy. Yeah, you get 43 MP. Yeah, it's still just 1% HP. It's still just 1%. Oh, 1% HP. 1% MP. So it's not really like an elixir, I feel. Now, MP Turbo, you only get one of these if this is after defeating Genoka Death at the Whirlwind Maze. If you miss it, it's gone forever. It uses extra MP. So what it does, what this means... Oh, the MP of Sword Materia is in Wu High. If you don't do the, Yuffie side quest before the Midgar Raid, this MP Absorb is permanently missable. MP Turbos in the Whirlwind Maze, if you miss it, it's forever gone. So what it does is, for each level, it increases the MP cost by that amount, and increases the power of the magic summon. So, at level 1, it'll make your spells cost 10% more, but it does 10% more damage. At max, 50% more, but 50% more damage. And this is only for magic and summon materia. I never use this. I'm never a fan of increasing MP cost. I'd rather reduce MP cost, not increase. So, I never use this materia. Ever. Magic counter. You only get this at the Chocobo Square. It is a counter with magic summon. That's all it is. It's like a 20% chance of per level, I believe. Where is it? Yes, no, it starts at 30, then 40, then 60, then 80, then 100%. Remember, this takes up the counter limit for magic counter, counter, and counter attack. Honestly, I never used this, but if you want it to be cheeky, you can do something like this. On each and every single slot, just knights look around. With magic counter on every slot. 8 times, I believe. You know how goofy that would be to count her 8 times with knights look around? I'm assuming that works with that. It might not. I could be mistaken. So I never really used magic counter because it's from Chocobo Racing. Counter, you can get this at the Northern Cave at the end of the game, or additional copies of this from the Chocobo Racing. It's the same as magic counter, but it works with command materials only. Now, you may imagine, what does this mean if you do it with Master Command? That's a good question there, Douglas. Oh, well, that's a very good question, Douglas. Let's see what happens if you do it with, Master, so, when linked to a Master Command, one of the commands is picked at random, but coin is never used. So, you don't want to use this with Master Command. It's detrimental. Oh, whoa, Douglas! You used to counter with Master Command? Oh, you're an idiot, Douglas! But Mr. Dink, I gotta counter. You counter by throwing your ultimate weapon, Douglas! Now it's sticking in that enemy, and you'll never pick it back up, ever! Really, it's like, why can't you pick up the item that you just threw at the enemy? Like, my ultimate weapon is sticking inside this dead enemy. Guess I'm gonna leave it there. It's inside the enemy now. So dumb. So dumb. Also, the only reason I do the Mr. Dink is all because of Betty. Oh, yeah! My name is Mr. Dink. You can call me Mr. Dinkus. I don't even know if that's what Benny calls him, but yeah, it's all because of Mr. Benny Dinosaurs that I do this. So, I use counter with, like, Death Blow. Now, honestly, you don't really need counter. Why use counter when you can use counter attack? What if I told you to use Omni Slash? Use Omni Slash. Omni Slash. Omni Slash. Do you see what I'm saying? Omni Slash with 8 of these. I'm actually not sure if that works. See, this is why I wish that we had access to, like, all Materias at the same time. Because I want to, like, test this out on, like, Emerald Weapon without having to go and grind all of this stuff. You know what I mean? Because it would take a long time to grind all of this just to test it on, like, Emerald and Ruby. And they're dead at this save file. Anyway, so, like, yeah. But yeah, if that works, counter with mime. Does it work? Does counter work with mime? It sure does. It sure does, Douglas. Oh, you're gonna counter mime with mime with mime. with mine, 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 with mine. Now, some of Omni Slashes, you might be able to just outright kill, like, anything in the game that's not named Emerald Ruby with that. I don't think anything in the game is gonna survive that. Now, here's another thing. Say you do that, right? I don't know if this actually works, but Master Command with HP Absorb. I don't know if that works on limits. It probably does not. There's a lot of silly little setups you can do. A lot of silly little setups. So, like, you can do, like, HP Absorb, Master Command with, say, Double Cut, I'm gonna put on, like, Master Magic, I'm gonna put on, like, Enemy Skill, I'm gonna put on, say, Master Summon, I'm gonna put on, like, Counteraxe, I'm gonna put on, like, let's say, like, Mime and Master Counter, and then I'm gonna put on, like, say, Double Iron. Do you see how disgusting the setup is? So your regular attacks are now healing you every hit. Every hit your regular attacks are healing you. You can use 2 items at the same turn. You're copying the last action you did. You're doing, like, 3 physical counterattacks. You got access and Knights of the Round. You have all of these enemy skills, and you have all of the magic spells. And honestly, you don't even need Master Magic. You really don't. You could be like, oh, I'm gonna do another counteract, or, oh, long range. Now it takes half damage from physical, like, back row. There's some very disgusting setups. FF7 is a broken mess. All materia. So you can find several all materias throughout the game, but if you need additional all materias, you may notice how many alls I have. If you need additional all materias, you can actually buy them for, I think, 20,000 gil at Fort Condor after you finish the huge materia side quest or sub quest. That's the only place you can buy all materias. And as you can imagine, it gives you all to your magic materia. It's a weaker version of Mega All, but only for magic. So don't stress if you miss any of the all materias throughout the game. You can just buy it as long as you finish Fort Condor. All materia is very important though, because if you sell a master all materia and it takes 30,000 AP a master, they sell for 1.4 million gil. So you get the first all materia and you spend the time to level it up and master it, and then sell it, you'll have 1.4 million gil now. Just like that. Other materias can sell for 1.4 million. I think Comet might. Comet might, all sells for 1.4 million. I believe Magic Plus does. And I believe, Luck Plus does. I think those are like 1,500,000, something like that. But you got a few materials that can sell for that much. But ultimately, if you want to make money, you're gonna do it with all materia. And that, my friends, is all the materia in the game. We went through all the materia, all items, all weapons, armor, accessories, limit breaks, and basically all the status effects. So we've done a lot of things for this game. So, what's there left to do? There is a couple things left to do before that. If you notice, I haven't done areas left, or I haven't done areas at all. So, next time, on the next Voidex, we're gonna go through all of the areas. So, all of the areas for their monsters, their items, you know, where you can get enemy skills, etc., etc. That will be next time, which might not be next week, because I think next week I'm gonna do, either a Yu-Gi-Oh! Satsugan, or I'm gonna be, doing a regular Satsugan. Assuming I remember what I'm gonna do with, the regular Satsugan. I don't know, maybe a regular Satsugan might be fine, for the simple fact that I haven't done that. I mean, I've been doing it at nighttime, really. So, people in the daytime slot might not get, or out for the nighttime slot, might not get much out of that particular, stream, but, you know, it is what it is. We will see. So, next time, we go over all the locations in the game, for all the treasures, the shops, the monsters. Unlike the previous games, I don't have access to an easy bestiary in this game. So, I don't know if I want to show it on the wiki. That would be a pain in the butt, honestly. Because I would have, I mean, I can pause the game, I paused the game enough as it is, so. What do you guys think? Do you think I should show the enemies on the wiki? While, talking about the areas? Because I'm gonna have to do that for, the rest of the, Final Fantasies, because they don't have bestiaries that I'm gonna be doing it for. I love this theme, by the way. It's a great theme. I will, you know, I'll leave a poll. I'll leave a poll and let people decide. Alright, so that is it for today. Let me jump on over here. I am done with you, Final Fantasy VII. Be gone. You shall now perish, Final Fantasy VII. Hopefully when they do the update and release of Final Fantasy VII, I don't have to deal with the little, pre-window thing. That's the thing I hate about Final Fantasy VIII. If you game over, it, like, resizes your window and stuff. And it's like, bro, why are you resizing my window? Stop that. Alright, so, tomorrow is gonna be spell card practice in Ho-Ho 18, because we did normal, hard, and lunatic for Ho-Ho 20. On stream, I didn't do a couple of them. I did beat one of them, Deathless. Chocolate River, I showed that off in the, video. If you haven't seen the video for Ho-Ho 20 spell cards, it is up on the channel, so feel free to check that out. One spell card in particular I cannot beat, Deathless. I showcased it as much as I could on the video, but I can't beat it, Deathless. It's just, it's too much, dude. It's too much. And then Monday will be Final Fantasy 9, Tuesday Final Fantasy 13. There's a lot of Final Fantasy happening lately. I guess I really am the self-proclaimed Final Fantasy Master, huh? Alright, let me see who is streaming, and then I will send you all on your way. Alright, so... Henya is doing Alone in the Dark from 1992. Why am I getting notifications? For what? Oh. Mint is doing Contradiction. For those who are interested, Naka is going to be doing Manifold Garden, a 0% route at 8:15. So in like 14 minutes. Sachi is doing a drawing stream at 10:30. Oh, hey, Randon's back. I forgot, like, Randon disappeared for a long time. I wonder what happened to him. P.O. is going to be doing Half-Life 2 at 11 p.m. Anybody else doing anything? Oh, Phoebe. Phoebe. She's trying to do the Winnie the Pooh home run derby still. Higger is just destroying her. Poor Phoebe. I don't see anything else. I still don't think Scarlet has permission to do Satsuga, or Order of Ecclesia, because I haven't seen it in a couple weeks. And Bay is doing something at 11 p.m. I'm assuming it says Satsugan, and she has an announcement. Oh, okay. I get Bayru. I can't say it. Bayrery. I get the pun. Because, you know, it's Bay's mom. Bay's birthday is on 28th. It's on, like, leap year. So she gets to, you know, have her birthday once every 4 years. And then Fuamoko is doing 3D Encore Live at 11:30 p.m. And I do believe that is everyone. Alright, so that is it for today. I was not expecting to go 4.5 hours. I was expecting Nimi to, you know, stop me. Nimi did not, in fact, stop me, so, oh no. Alright. Next time. Final Fantasy 9. I am probably going to do more Final Fantasy hits grinding tonight at midnight. Just to, you know, finish kind of... I did do some more grinding off stream last night, so now speed it up a little bit. Alright, until next time, everyone, whatever that may be, you'll have a great morning, afternoon, evening, night. I totally didn't steal that from anyone else. What are you talking about? And I will catch you all on the flip side of the way. Take care, and have a great rest of your day and or night.